Whew. Okay, hello, my bear buds. Happy Valentine's Day. I may or may not have been stressing trying to get this stream up in time. Well, I guess it really wasn't in time. It was an hour late, but that doesn't matter. It's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope you guys are feeling the love in one way or another. This is the end. This is the last day of our dating sim extravaganza today. So we're going to be finishing off with my vow to my liege. I'm getting a bottle of water before I forget. I was rushing so much. I didn't have time to get the water before I started the stream. Okay. Take a sip. Get my nerves down. Okay, that's much better. But yeah, we're gonna be playing My Vow to My Liege. I've mentioned this a couple times before, but I've had this game sitting in my library for such a long time, and I never really got around to actually playing it. I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of like hard for me to like start games sometimes, but I thought today would be the perfect day to play it with you guys. I was momentarily distracted. Oh my gosh, that also reminds me, I didn't put the chat up on my phone for later. Let me see. Okay, get the Chrome up so I can see you guys while we're playing, if anybody wants to start chatting. But of course, nobody really has to chat here. Y'all can lurk as much as you like. But I always like to give the opportunity if one is looking for one. Okay, Twitch. This is YouTube. Where am I? There I am. Okay. Oh my gosh, I have no room on my desk to put anything anywhere. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm like looking around to make sure everything is running right. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. I was taken aback though because when I opened the game, it wasn't your typical like 1920 by 1080 size. It's actually like more square, and I was kind of worried. It's like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to mess with this all over again and resize it to be perfect to fit on the screen. But there is a full screen mode, so we at least have that. There's just like a black border around it, which isn't too bad. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. But let's go ahead and switch over. Oh, wait. I'm gonna go ahead and... whoops, I clicked in the game. I'm gonna go ahead and put the Valentine's illustration that we did... never mind. Sunday up here. So then when I can show you guys that are here, and I can show everybody who comes in later as well, just to go ahead and have it up. Okay, image. Call it the time. Okay, and then let's look for it. I swear, we'll get into gameplay here in a second. Open. There we go. There it is. Okay. It's big, but I worked very hard on it. I may or may not have been working on it right up until stream started. And a little bit after, because I had to resize it to post on Twitter. But yeah, there we go. It's a bit of a rush job, in my opinion. But I like how it turned out. It's to you, my best bear buds. I can't bear a life where you're not in it. From your bear, Dae. That's me. But you already knew that. But yeah. It's already up on Twitter if you guys like to see it a bit better, like more in depth into it. But it is there. I keep forgetting this JoJo song is in this playlist, so every time somebody the beginning part starts, I'm like, ooh. But yeah, I wanted it to look pretty soft and pretty nice. I finally like decided to make like the over shirt thing on myself that I was struggling with on Sunday, like a more of like a shawl poncho kind of thing. And I think it works well. I think it It looks nice. But yeah, I have that here, and I will go ahead and hide it. I hope you guys like it. Let me just turn that off, and then when somebody else comes in and wants to see it, then I can just switch over and just pop that bad boy right up. Like, bam! But okay, let's go ahead and move on over to the stream. Okay, I might, since the size thing's a little weird, I might make myself a little bit smaller. But we'll see. I'll have to, like, check. I didn't get into the game. Oh, I also didn't mess with the volume either. Whoops. Okay, let's see. Let's hear what this sounds like. Yeah, that's loud. Alright. Turn this way down. This. Oh wait, no, text speed. Yeah. I was like, forget not your revenge and swear to break the sacred vow. Okay, what does it look like all the way? Oh, it just pops up. I kind of want a little bit of an animation there. Okay, yeah, that's good. I think that's good. Let's go back. And let me check the sound in OBS. Okay, yes, fine. If anybody thinks the sound is too low later, just feel free to tell me and I'll fix it. But okay, let's go ahead. I'm excited. Let's start. Operational guide. Right-click to bring up the menu button. The menu includes within the save, load, and config. Okay, right-click. Scroll down with the mouse wheel to view history. If you are using Windows, you can drag the screen to adjust the size. The skip unread text is turned off by default. To skip the text in the replay section of the extras, please enable the skip. Okay, so there is a skip text option. I like it when visual novels have that instead of just like constantly having you'd have to go through like the whole story again, like spam clicking it. So that's good. That's good. For better gaming experience and to protect the rights of the players who have purchased the game, please restrict all live videos, walkthrough videos, and screenshots to only the prologue and the first 10 chapters of the game. Please keep an eye out for our official announcement regarding the other chapters, and they will be unlocked respectively. Okay, so restrict all live videos, walkthrough videos, and screenshots to only the prologue and the first 10 chapters of the game. Okay, so we can only stream the prologue and the 10 chapters of the game here. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, that makes sense if they want to, like, not spoil anything. Oh, it's a butterfly down here. All contents of this game, including artwork, story, music, are copyrighted and belong to... Okay, yeah, that's who they belong to. Yeah. Do you agree and do solemnly swear to the terms written above? I do. In a time of myths and legends under the mandate of heaven, King Wu overthrew the corrupt King Yu and started the Zhao dynasty of peace and prosperity. The good king secretly created the golden script to communicate with the gods and the demons. He took a sacred vow with the heavens in exchange for the divine right to rule. His government would be one with virtue. Using the golden script, he carved this vow onto a large bronze vessel, the Ding of Virtue. The vow and the ding were passed down through generations of kings until it came into the hands of the corrupt King Ping. He broke the vow and lost the ding. Ping, ding, bing. Okay. The secret existence of the golden script then came to light, and the peace and prosperity of the Zhao dynasty started to wane as the lands broke into smaller warring states. A time of chaos and turmoil had returned as countries prepared for yet another war. Okay. Next. Oh. Name. Nickname. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my name as Dae. Nickname as Bear. This makes sense. I was kind of concerned. Ooh, should I like go look up some more? Like, I think this game's Chinese or Korean. I think it's Chinese. Oh my gosh, what am I saying? Or Japanese. Oh my gosh, am I stupid? Some form of Asian name, but no, we'll just do that. Huh? No, this is my name. Okay, I guess we're not allowed to change our name. In a time of legends and a land of wars, the destiny of Great Kingdom falls on the shoulders of a young girl. She is fated to ascend the throne of Ning and fulfill the wish of others. This is so loud. There we go. Jesus Christ. Okay, well here's our boys. Oh. Oh my. Spoilers. He's fucking dead already. Oh. A smooch upon thy lips. My vow to my liege. Okay, okay, complaint already. I hate it when games, like, they'll be like, oh, here, turn down the music. Here's like, okay, and then you get in, and then the intro's, like, super fucking loud. Alright, skip. Prologue. Okay, we're in the prologue. I wonder how long each of these chapters are. I wonder how far we can get into these. Okay, should I size myself down a little bit? Here, let me. Okay, this is fine. Okay, does that look good? Let's say that looks good. Okay. The darkening skies that foretell the coming of impending rain feel suffocating. Okay. An island shrouded in mist stands in the middle of Lake Tai. At the heart of this island, on an altar, stand two banners with faded golden lines. Around them stand a group of motionless priestesses on ground that has been tainted red with blood. Oh wait, I should turn the sound back up so that the music, the background music, I should say. Oh my gosh, you can't even hear it. It's not even popping up. Okay. Oh wait, that's too loud. Oh jeez, I almost put it up in the red. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wait. If this box stays here, I could put myself up like this. No, this is just gonna how it's have to be. It is what it is. Alright. An island shrouded in mist stands. Oh, I already read this. Oh, cannot do that. We approach. Before a large rectangle bronze ding, the head priest and head priestess lead a liturgical procession headed by my royal father, Hilu, and all members of his household, including my brothers and I. Everyone here is well aware that this autumn's offering ceremony is anything but usual. We will soon be executing the dragon god that our country has worshipped for generations. Fu Chai, my third brother, who is standing next to me, keeps shivering with fear. Even though he is a year older than me, his lack of courage is alarming. I clench the jade fish amulet that Yi Guang lent to me for protection as I steel myself. Shi Yi Guang, the son of the head priest and priestess, is currently east of Lake Tai on Tiger Hill, tending to the magical array that is set up there to seal the god. If we fail to execute the dragon god here, we will be able to seal him on Tiger Hill. The Shi family does indeed live up to their reputation for being the most formidable priests and priestesses in the Ning Kingdom. My father, the king, takes the incense from the head priest and bows reverently to the sacred ding. Even though we are far away from Tiger Hill, we can see the smoke rising from its fiery beacon, a sign that Yi Guang is ready to seal off the god. There is no way for my father to withdraw from this battle. Good luck, Dad. The dragon god needs to die. We cannot afford to fail, or if we do, he will obliterate the kingdom of Ning. A sense of resolution can be seen in my father's expression. I take a deep breath only to have my senses assaulted by the stench of rotten fish, which makes it hard to breathe. Oh, stinky. The putrid soil, withered reeds, and the smell of blood. Pull yourself together, Tengu. You are, after all, the royal princess of Ning, I quietly tell myself. Although Yi Guang and I are both 14 years old, he is already shouldering so many responsibilities while I still have so much to improve. Oh my god, what is it with people putting children into life-threatening situations? The autumn offering ritual is beginning. The priestesses start their ritual chants. Like the smoke from a burning incense, the sound of their chanting drifts away on the wind towards the lake. The head priest and priestess start dancing to the chants. Their long sleeves trail gracefully behind them like the wings of a white crane taking flight or the fins of a fish in water. They are so pretty. This is my first time seeing the sacred transcending fish dance. I am entranced. Fu Chai gently tugs at my sleeve to make me realize that our two older brothers have already walked forwards, reached into the ding, and are now placing something onto their lips. It's blood. Ew! That's gross. Staring at the red, vicious liquid in the bronze ding, I feel a sense of dreaded apprehension in the pit of my stomach. I quickly touch some of the blood to my lips. That strange, greasy feeling still lingers on my fingertips. Ugh. Delicious. We summon the power of heaven to slay the dragon god, to be a shining example of... Okay. Ooh, it's glowing now. Together with the crowd, I start to chant the words of our vow with a troubled heart. Slaying a god, what an insane option. As we chant, bits of golden light float out of my father's body to merge with the golden beam of light that is emitting from the center of the bronze ding. Looking at myself and my three older brothers, it seems that we are in the same transcendental state as our father. As the head priest and priestess dance, the banners start to flutter in the wind. The golden beam pierces the dark clouds, breaking them apart to reveal a clear, bright autumn sky. Oh! A black arrow flies through the sky and lands at my father's feet. An assassin. Oh, there he is! Over 100 black-robed priests sit around the altar. The one who appears to be leading them is the previous head priest, Mage Xian. Didn't he defect to another country many years ago? You're shameless. I'm gonna turn off the voice. Just because it's a little jarring. It's hard to narrate over when they're already talking. And it saves time, too. Uh-oh. 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 I can't get out. Let me out. I'm clicking, but I can't get out. We're trapped. Okay, I'm gonna have to... Alright. 1 second. Let's try that again. Play. Oh, and it pops up just like that. My bad, guys. I should have figured. I thought sometimes when they have voices in the game, it's more so like just like a sound bite, like a one sentence that they say, and then like that's it, like a bit. I'm totally not late to hear the most Shut up. Happy Vanilla Day to you too, Shaggy. How are you doing? You may be late, but nothing really happened because I had to restart the game because apparently I'm not allowed to change settings whilst in gameplay. So we're gonna start over. Oh wow, okay. I'm just gonna skip. Yes, we understand. Oh no, tummy pains. Did you eat something bad? Okay, let's see if it'll let me change my name this time. What if I... Okay, no. Whoops. That was not what I wanted. Okay, Dae. My nickname can be Bear. No, what is... Why allow me to change the text, but not let me have this name? Okay. That's the thing, I wasn't even able to eat until now. Hmm. Interesting. Like, you weren't able to eat all day? Because of the pain, or you didn't eat till now, and now your stomach's in pain? We're just skipping what we already saw. Yeah, my stomach been hurting since I woke up. I'm not just able to stomach food. Okay, I see. Wait, oh my god. Okay. I'm just making sure, seeing how much we missed when I hit that skip button. Yeah, my stomach been hurting since I woke up. I'm just now able to stomach food. Oh, that's weird. I hope you're not getting sick or anything, Shaggy. I hope you feel better soon. Okay, so this is... Okay, right here, this line is where we had us restart. Okay, so now this is what we missed. You're shameless, Helu. How dare you betray the Dragon God and break the sacred vow that your ancestors have kept with him? This is Helu. My ancestors and I have been following the righteous way of heaven when the Dragon God deceived us. How can we submit to such demonic monster any longer? Without any hesitation, my father draws out his sword. At the altar, the black and white figures intertwine in the chaos to create a third color, red. Okay, this is where we're at. One by one, young priestesses start falling to the men in the black robes, their beautiful faces and supple bodies breaking into pieces of meat. Man, this is a great game to play on Valentine's. As blood flows like water into the lake, I can hear rumbling sounds coming from all four corners of the lake, like that of a monster leaping out of the water. Oh, there he is! This is the first time that I have ever laid eyes on the Dragon God. He's here, and he's angry. This gigantic white creature is beautiful yet terrifying. I stand motionlessly, unable to take my gaze off the creature. As I stand before this absolute power, I feel so insignificant. It feels like an offense. I am caught off guard when the head priestess pulls me away into the bosoms of my older brothers before calling forth her magical swords of water. They miss me by the skin of my teeth as they fly towards the Dragon God and pierce him. Maid Shan shoots us a malicious glare. Today you will taste the divine power of the Dragon God. Oh. Oh no! He gives a long whistle, summoning out tall columns of muddy water from the lake. In an instant, they rush at the head priest and my brothers and all who are there to safeguard us. Maid Xian! My father gives a roar of anguish that resounds in all directions as the phrase, "We failed to kill the Dragon God," shrills repeatedly in my ears. Ha ha ha, Helu, your sons are all dead. Enjoy this taste of despair and defeat before you die. The dead bodies of my brothers are suspended by columns of brackish water. Oh my god. A severed pinky lands at my feet. Which of my brothers did this belong to? Why don't you just pick it up and walk on over and just try to match it? I cannot endure it anymore and throw up on the ground. Trying hard to contain her grief, the head priestess calls forth an ice blade that pierces through the sacred ding. In my state of semi-consciousness, I hear her call out, "Spirit of the ding, obey me, capture the dragon." A bright white light emits from the belly of the ding and transforms into a large, ferocious tiger. It pins down the head of the dragon inside the vessel and shatters it into tiny pieces. That terrifying dragon, like a dying fish, lies on the altar, twitching weakly and helplessly. Its colossal body quickly disintegrates, giving off a strong stink of rotten fish. My sovereign god. Oh my gosh, you fucking dead too. All of a sudden, Maid Xian furiously stabs a short blade into the back of the head priestess, and with that, the white tiger suddenly disappears. I stare mindlessly at the sacred ding as it gives off its last bit of golden light before absorbing the body of the dragon inside it. Maid Xian, like a madman, pounces towards it. Yeah! I'm not our dad too. From behind Maid Xian, my father cut— Oh! Never mind. Go, Dad. From behind Mage Xian, my father cuts his head off cleanly with a blow of his sword. Before my eyes, fresh red blood trails from the severed head as it lets out a hideous laugh. The descendants of the betrayer will be cast out. This evil deed that you've done today will be avenged 1,000 times over. Excuse me, your head's decapitated? How can you speak? Your nation will crumble. Families will be torn apart. Everything you treasure will be turned to ash. Saying this, Mage Xian's head explodes? Droplets of his blood turn into blades as they fly at me. My mind goes blank. The blades of blood fall short, less than a few inches away, as I unconsciously clutch the amulet with only one name on my lips. John Cena. No. Yi Guang. Chapter 1. Well, that was an intro. A bit more bloody than I thought it'd be. This is a dating game, right? Liege. My liege. Ah, what you want? Oh, hello. Chen Feng, is that you? My liege, you were talking in your sleep again. My chest. The sacred seal that is on my chest is hurting terribly again. It hurts to the point that I can't even cry out. With trembling hands, I search for the thing that I need so desperately. Where is it? Where could it be? My liege, the jade fish is over here. Phew. The amulet. I press the amulet to my chest as its icy coldness slowly eases the pain until it completely fades away. Also, I guess this is is it like a time skip afterward? I mean, I guess it has to be, since we're not waking up going, oh my god, my family's dead. The pain is now replaced by a feeling of intense abhorrence. This vile sacred seal on my chest is proof of my detestable connection to the dragon god. Even now, with that monster sealed up on Tiger Hill, the vow that puts me in this situation has yet to be broken. This torturous pain that flares up whenever and wherever has caused me a lot of misery. The fifth watch has yet to arrive. When my loyal guard sees my pale and exhausted expression, he gently continues to wipe away my cold sweat. Ooh, what a gentleman. A good contender. Although he and I are long used to these situations, what feels really out of place is the dream that I just had. It felt so real. We just dreamt about the incident that happened 5 years ago. I am here with you. Okay, so it's 5 years later. So we were 14 when that happened. Like the character that we're playing as. We were 14, and now we're 19 now. I give a bitter laugh. Shen Feng's loyalty is unquestionable, but we both know that this burden is mine alone to bear. Bear. Chen Feng, do you think that there is a problem with the seal? Could that be why the former king and our older siblings have entered our dreams, urging us to break the sacred vow as soon as possible? The only reason why you're having this dream is because the death anniversary of the former king is drawing nearer. Is that so? Just take the jade fish, for example. If the amulet made by the Shi clan is still effective against the sacred seal on your chest, then should not the seal that was made with the blood, sweat, and tears of the entire clan be even more effective? Blood, sweat, and tears. Flesh and blood is more like it. Now, help us bathe and change our clothes. My liege, I think it might be better for you to take a break today, as you were quite distressed by what happened yesterday. Are you saying that we are unable to handle the pesky envoy from Qi? Cheng Feng would not dare. Change our clothes. Oh my gosh. Do it yourself, damn. You can't even put your own shirt and shoes on. Chen Feng assists me as I walk up to the throne. Luckily, the curtains are closed so no one can see how helpless their king is. Prime Minister, tell us, what is on today's agenda? Prime Minister? Your Majesty, Prime Minister Wu is not in court today. Is he ill? Yesterday, Prime Minister Wu was full of vigor as he debated with me. What kind of illness could he possibly have today? Then does Minister Bo know the reason for the Prime Minister's absence? This, I do not know. Other than the death anniversary of his father and brothers, Wu Zishu has never missed a day of court. He comes in early every day to organize his reports and documents. That is why the other ministers have taken to calling him Prime Minister of the Fourth Watch behind his back. But now it is already near the end of the Fifth Watch. I look towards Chen Feng. He nods his head in acknowledgement and quietly takes his leave. Go get him. If you can lose your prime minister in your kingdom's capital, then it is no wonder why you can't find our low-ranking officer. Gong Sun Yi, how dare you intrude on the court of Ning? It was your king who had agreed to let me search for my kingdom's missing officer in Gusu City. Your Majesty, isn't your court within Gusu City? Well, aren't you eloquent? We understand that you have your duties to carry out, and that is why we have already sent our guards to search outside the city and the surrounding villages, so please, do not worry. Your Majesty, you are only saying that to dismiss me. Our archival officer obviously encountered some evil happenstance when he passed Tiger Hill, so why will you not let me search for him up there? The grave of the former king of Ning is up on Tiger Hill. How can we let an outsider, like yourself, disturb it? How would he have encountered bandits if that is such an important place to your kingdom? Stop being so persistent and be mindful of your manners. I'm afraid that it was the kingdom of Ning that drew first blood. Alright, can y'all stop fighting? It is my sincerest wish that kingdoms of Ning and Qi become close allies, and that is why I approached your Majesty on the topic of marriage. Oh my god. I did not think that your Majesty would be so non-committal in giving us a simple yes or no answer to the marriage proposal. And now your Majesty is hindering our search to save lives or brushing us off with excuses. How can we possibly ally ourselves with the kingdom of Ning? The envoy of Qi has been repeatedly rude to your Majesty and to the kingdom of Ning. How long is your Majesty going to endure this mistreatment? Gong Sung Yi, are you threatening us? I would not dare. I hope you understand that I am still very anxious. We also hope that you understand that when the envoys of Qi were granted an audience, we had no knowledge of the aforementioned archival officer. And now, you would slight your kingdom's ally just to look for someone as insignificant as him. We have treated you and your men as distinguished guests, fed you the same food as we eat, and have even ignored the fact that you have intruded on our court. Yet you scorn and humiliate us in front of all of our ministers and officers. How dare you, Gong Sung Yi? Before I can finish my sentence, everyone in the room has their hands on the hilts of their swords. Gong Sung Yi and his men take a few steps back in alarm. Fight, fight, fight. Put on a show. Gong Sung Yi recollects himself and bows to me with a hand-on-hand salute. It is I, the foreign envoy, who was rude. The missing officer is a family friend, so I hope that your Majesty will be gracious enough to forgive me for taking things too far. Besides, if I were to fail in the mission that my liege has given to me, of joining our two kingdoms through marriage, then I would be grateful for the death sentence you would order on me for being discourteous to you. Okay, die then. Fine. It is only natural that your heart would be troubled when such situations arise. Just when the ministers are about to protest in anger, I raise my hand to stop them. It is pointless to allow this argument to become personal and for us to become the laughingstock of the kingdom. Mr. Gongsung, in admiration for your loyalty, we will let you off this one time, but next time we hope that you will be more discerning over what is more important. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Actually, it is not that we are unwilling to marry a kingdom's princess, nor are we trying to make things difficult for you. It has yet to be 3 years since the former king died, and we had hoped to review the marriage proposal after his approaching death anniversary. Oh, okay, so our dad, who was the former king, he didn't die during that incident 5 years ago. It was actually 2 years later. Okay. I was wondering what happened to him. If anything, like, related happened afterward. And we also know the real reason why we're not marrying this damn princess, because we're gonna marry her and we're gonna get to the bed and she's gonna be like, you're missing something down there. Like, oh, am I? I never noticed. Please rest at the guest house for the next 2 days while we personally go to Tiger Hill to find your missing officer. Since your Majesty has made this promise with me, I will wait for your good news, but if in 2 days you are still unable to find my missing officer, I will have to go to Tiger Hill to personally look for him myself. Men, send Mr. Gongsum back to the guest house and attend to his every need. I heave a sigh of relief as I see Gongsun Yi leave. My body crumples involuntarily where I sit. A pair of familiar hands steady me as a calm voice drifts to my ears. Before the court was called to session, an attendant in white paid a visit to the Prime Minister. After that, the Prime Minister had rushed out of the city. In white? Could it be someone from the temple on Tiger Hill? Ooh, he found that out real quick. The Prime Minister had indeed headed north. For the envoy of Qi to cause such an uproar over such a lowly official, we are afraid that there is more than meets the eye to this simple diplomatic relationship. Chengfeng, bring us back to our chamber to change our clothes. We want to look for the Prime Minister personally. Understood. My liege, your clothes are soaked in sweat. Please rest in the palace instead. If our clothes are wet, then all we need to do is change into dry ones. Help us change our clothes. So demanding. Do what you— Oh my god! I am looking respectfully. I spread my arms in front of the mirror to reveal a pale, thin body with hard lines and scars from years of practicing martial arts. Yet I have this... Yeah, I got the booba of a woman. Look, this body has been ruined but beyond recognition. There isn't an ounce of womanly features left. I mean, we can all debate on what can be considered a womanly feature, but I think we're being a little dramatic here. I am neither princess nor king. I am a monster. It is only because the kingdom of Dang has a liege that we can continue to exist. Is that so? Then why do I have to be humiliated like I was today, and keep wasting my energy on Gong Sung Yi? What, eat a cookie? Well, there goes the dog again. She's growling. It's not a Dae Ursa stream without the dog growling in the background once in a while. Only a man can continue the family name. As long as I keep pretending to be a man, the kingdom Ning can continue on for generations to come. And the other kingdoms would not dare trample on mine. My liege, as the king, you are not inferior to any man on earth. Really, maybe so, but people are superficial and would rather have a monster than a woman as their king. My liege, why do you despise yourself so? Myself. I no longer have a sense of self. Perhaps we will need to take a wife and have sons in a few months. Time. Haha. Alright, one sec. She's getting revved up. There she goes. All I did was stand up and then she stopped, and then she started licking the floor furiously. I liked what I saw, and there's nothing out there, so I don't know why she's having a tantrum like that. Oh no! I was gonna eat another cookie before we continue, but I don't have any more. Oh well. Just throw that over here for now. I'll throw it away later. I do have some Skittle gummies, too, that I can snack on while we do this. It won't be as intrusive. Okay, Chengfeng, do you think the sacred seal on my chest has changed a bit of its color? I have never looked carefully at it. He looking respectfully. Forget it. Once it turns completely black, our death will be imminent. The envoys have already acquired a few sacred artifacts from their previous places. Soon we'll be able to break the sacred vow. Those are fakes, just like us. Your Majesty. What is it? The Prime Minister has sent you a message. Chang Fang quickly steps out of the room, only to return with a tightly rolled up piece of cloth. Read. I can't, I'm illiterate. There is a change at the temple. Come quickly to Tiger Hill. Prime Minister has good foresight. He knew that we would go search for him. Please be cautious, my liege, and send me to see the Prime Minister in your stead. This is urgent. Prepare the carriage. The late coming spring grows grasses and trees lusciously green. Overhead, the Orioles sing, maybe? While winsome villagers tender shoots spring. I cannot admire this beautiful scenery before me. Even though Chang Feng did not prevent me from leaving the palace, I take a revitalizing pill just to be safe. The bitter taste that fills my mouth serves as a constant reminder that I need to protect this broken body. And the sweet taste in my mouth from these Skittle gummies reminds me I need to eat some more. Suddenly, Chang Feng clutches the hilt of his sword. What is wrong? There are soldiers surrounding the caretaker's hut. Let's take a look. Your Majesty, has something happened over here? Prime Minister Wu has ordered us to watch over the prisoner here in the caretaker's hut. He is suspected of murder. Whoa. Murder? Murder means that someone is dead. It does? I didn't know that. Such an asshole. For Wu Zishu to be so anxious, could the victim be the missing archival officer from the Kingdom of Qi, or... As I push aside the soldier to go into the caretaker's hut, I hear a loud cry come from within. Who is it? Hearing the familiar voice, my mind, foggy from the medication, suddenly becomes clear. I cannot go in as the King of Ning. The Prime Minister has ordered that the prisoner not be allowed to talk to anyone. Oh no. The gummies. They're fighting back. Okay. Aren't you someone then, Mr. Soldier? Shut up. I hear the muffled sound of heavy force hitting soft flesh. Stop! Everything goes silent inside the house. Although I do not wish to rush headfirst into things, I cannot sit idly by and do nothing, right? Until we have all the details, no one is to treat the suspect so harshly. Understood. Who do we think the voice is? Since it's familiar shows, it must be the Prime Minister, do we think? Or do we think it's like somebody else? The sound of galloping horses grows louder and louder behind me. Oh, hello. I turn around to see a pair of fierce, majestic eyes looking right at me. A white-haired man reins in his horse and looks down at me from its back. Prime Minister. Oh, it's him! Wu Zishu greets me casually with a hand-on-hand salute. He takes a slanted, sidelong glance at the crude stone house where Gojian is being held. Is that the officer? Did we learn what his name was, or was he just known as the officer that other Prime Minister was trying to look for? This is the appropriate time for you to concern yourself with that vicious ingrate, my liege. You heard us. Gojian is still the king of Yue, after all. Let's not go to war. Oh, we got a king in here. Okay, so it's not the officer. He lost the war to Ning and entered our kingdom as a slave. He should be treated like one. Wu Zishu harnesses this friction and throws me unceremoniously onto the back of his horse. Prime Minister? Chen Feng, follow me. Wu Zishu starts out in a gallop as he heads to the temple at the top of the hill. He stretches out his thick arms to hold me firmly by the waist without the slightest intention of slowing down. Please tell me Chang Feng is on a horse behind him and not just like sprinting full speed after us. Although he has always done as he likes, he would never let me come to any harm. I secretly let out a sigh as I leaned my body up against his. The faint, disgusting stink of rotten fish wafts by. Oh, where are you leaning towards? Maybe you should lean somewhere else. Oh, I noticed that Wu's hand is stained with dried blood. Are you hurt? This is the blood of the head priest. Is that the reason why you left the city at dawn today? The head priest sent word to me that men dressed in black had snuck into the forbidden temple. I needed to rush there and did not have time to inform you, my liege. Men dressed in black? Could it be the men in black? No, we know who it is. They are the survivors of the followers once led by Maid Xian. 5 years ago, the former king and I exterminated all the followers of the dragon god here in Ning. It has been a long while since I have last heard about any of them. Since they had the audacity to enter the Forbidden Temple on Tiger Hill, they probably came for the dragon god who was sealed there. How did the intruders get past the guards on Tiger Hill and into the Forbidden Temple? What did the head priest say? I'm still investigating it. The head priest is injured. I feel a sharp pain in my chest as I recall the aftermath of the failed attempt to execute the dragon god, as well as the nightmare that I had this morning. Oh. Oh, there we are. The smell of blood is getting stronger as we get closer to the temple. Lying in front of the temple gates next to some trees are two corpses covered in hay. Shen Fang parts the hay to look underneath it. One of the men is dressed all in black, and the other is just another warrior. The tattoos on the face of the man in black look almost identical to the sacred seal on my chest. Oh, my liege. An elegant and delicate-looking youth steps out from the temple. It is the head priest, Zhang Dan. The linen that is wrapped around his waist shows traces of blood. You good, bro? He notices the direction of my gaze. It is nothing serious. I'm sorry to have worried you, my liege. I mean, he's kind of young to be the head already, oh my gosh. What are you, like, my age? 19? The character's age, not my actual age. You'll never know that. Where is the centurion who was on duty last night? We need to punish him for neglecting his duties. It would have been difficult for the guards to suspect a thing. The invaders were followers of the dragon god. They came in the middle of the night, in a group, and used magic to infiltrate Tiger Hill. A group? There were 3 of them. I heard a scream before dawn broke, and fearing that some kind of evil was afoot, went out to investigate for myself. It was then that I saw the 3 men dressed in black assaulting a teenager and a warrior. Who would hit a child? Yes. Was it the warrior lying over there? Yes, that warrior has been fatally wounded while trying to protect the teenager. In the commotion, the invaders attempted to escape, but I stopped them. Even if you can use magic, the odds of winning 3 against 1, especially with hostages to consider, are not good. You have a point, my liege, but at that time, I wasn't thinking clearly. It was only after I had killed one of them that I discovered who they were. I wanted to leave one alive, but they managed to find an opening. The other 2 took the teenager and escaped. Why did they take the teenager? Like, as bait? Or, like, as, like, a ransom? That's what I'm looking for, like, a ransom. Like, let it go in the tiger gone and we'll release this random teenager. Or is the teenager significant to the plot here? Ned Priest said that the 2 who escaped were injured. I have already sent people to track them down. Prime Minister Wu is very shrewd. I did not want to disturb my liege with such sanguinary matters, and so I approached him and said, I was surprised when he told me about the missing archival officer from T. The warrior's clothing is different from that of the Ning's army. I believe the kidnapped teenager is the missing officer, and this warrior was his bodyguard. Oh, okay. Alright, okay, now it's all connecting now. I carefully examined the warrior's armor to find that it is as Wu says. I'm just going to call him Wu. I'm not entirely sure on the pronunciation of these names, so I'm gonna try to be respectful and just call him Wu, so I don't butcher his name anymore. I have to admit, his powers of observation and deduction are very keen. These people must be the villains that... Oh my gosh. I'm trying to, like, discreetly eat these gummies. But, like, just shoving them in my mouth and hoping that nobody can tell I have it. I'm eating them, but this attempt is a failure. 1 second. They're just so good. I got them a couple days ago, and I didn't really like them at first because they're so hard, but they softened up now, and now they're pretty good. Okay, I got a handful, and then that's it. I'll read a little bit first, and then I'll eat them. These people must be the villains that Gong Sung Yi spoke of, leaving aside the reason why they would kidnap someone from Qi. If they are trying to infiltrate the Forbidden Temple, they must be attempting to undo the spell that has sealed the Dragon God. I searched around the mausoleum and found nothing suspicious. You would still feel better if we could see it for ourselves. Prime Minister, we want you to chase down the 2 intruders and rescue the archival officer. I will personally go and find him. Chen Feng, we want you to help the Prime Minister. Understood. Prime Minister, when you get back, we would like more details on why you think the King of Yue murdered someone. Understood. Yeah, man, you gotta, like, tell us your evidence. You can't just accuse someone and put him in jail. I know some people do it, but if I'm the king here, I don't want that happening. We'll go ahead and save in case I crash. I hope that saved, actually. That was, like, so quick. Okay, I'm done eating now. For now. Alright. There is a clear pond behind my royal father Helu's dedicated hall. Beside the pond is a hidden entrance to where the dragon god is sealed. Looking at the sacred seal engraved on the stone tablets surrounding the pond, I involuntarily clutched the clothes covering my chest. Ooh. The seal, or the mark. It burns, doesn't it? The beautiful, magnificent pattern depicts the endless, dark abyss that has swallowed up the countless souls of Ning's kings. I, too, am one step away from that abyss. There are no signs that anyone has entered the sword pond. It takes the 2 of us to open it, after all, so even if the invaders had come here, they would not have been able to get in. We know that you have always been a cautious person, and so we are not just worried about what happened outside of the sword pond, but also over the chief culprit who is locked up inside. I agree. I humbly ask, my liege, to please offer some of your blood. Ooh. I make a small cut on my finger with a dagger and press the blade tip against the seal engraved on the entrance. The same seal at the bottom of the pond starts to give off a faint red light. Zhang Dan casts a spell that magically drains the pond. Ooh. Mawada. When the seal turns completely red, the bottom of the stone pond transforms into 2 doors that slide apart to reveal a flight of steps leading downwards. I take a deep breath and smell the faint stink of rotten fish. I am unsure if the smell is coming from the outside of the temple or from my memory of that terrible experience that happened 5 years ago. It's probably that. It's probably the PTSD. I feel the person that wouldn't get any trauma from that when that hell happened. We follow the steps down and enter a spacious hall at the bottom. This is the naturally formed cave. In the middle is an altar that was carved out of the cave itself. The walls are covered with spells that glow a faint fluorescent blue. Pretty. 3,000 sacred swords that give off a cold blue light are staked into the ground around the altar in a tight formation. In the middle of the altar sits a large bronze vessel, the Ding of Virtue. This brings to mind the nightmare from earlier on. It makes the image of the dragon having its head crushed in the square vessel seem all too real. Ever since the dragon god was sealed here 5 years ago, it's resentment and hatred that has infected the atmosphere to a great extent. Such a chilling air is not good for you, my liege, and you should not linger here for too long. Sure, we just want to take a look before we leave. I understand. I will lead the way. Zhengdan writes a spell in the air. The swords that were staked into the ground around the altar part to form a very narrow pathway. I approach the square ding and stroke it softly. Ew. Don't say you're stroking a ding softly. Not only does the ding hold the resentment and hatred of the dragon god, it also holds that of my own feelings and those who've died. Your brothers, yes. I walk halfway around the ding and am suddenly struck by something unusual on its surface. Head priest, can the ding be damaged by outside forces? The Ding of Virtue was made from the sacred text and was created when the Emperor of Zhao and the heavenly gods formed their pact. It is protected by godlike powers and cannot be damaged. Look over here. This is. There's a crack in it. We both turn pale as we touch the crack of the ding. Although it is a very thin crack, it spans the entire belly of the ding, and its edges are turning black. Ooh. Gotta get some flex tape on that. I just cracked open this ding. Add flex tape. It's sealed shut. Your nation will crumble. Families will be torn apart. Everything you treasure and will turn to dust and ash. Oh my god, I couldn't have said that any more wrong. My liege, this is not good. Head priest, the sacred seal on our chest was acting up again this morning. No wonder you look so pale, my liege. If it hadn't been for that, we would not have come to the bottom of this pond. The followers of the dragon god are active right now, in this crack. Head priest, is the dragon god going to break free? Zhengdan clutches my cold, clammy hands tightly. An unfamiliar, terrifying stillness descends upon us. My liege, you are sacrificing yourself. The sealing spell that was originally cast upon the dragon god had borrowed its power from the ding itself, but it was only a means to an end. After the years pass, it is to be expected that the ding is no worse for wear. Hi, Becca. Happy Valentine's Day. How's your day so far? We're just getting into my vow to my liege. Oh my gosh, is the text cut off on stream? Hold on. Oh, it is. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, guys. Here, let me raise this up a little bit. There we go. I'm glad you said something, Becca, or else I wouldn't have noticed that. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I mean, I was narrating, so y'all should have been listening. It's going okay. How was yours? How are you? I'm doing okay so far. I had a pretty good day. I got to go outside and be in the sun. And it made me, give me a lot of energy. So now, here we are to play this video game. Valentine's, not Valhalla Day. Got it. Yeah, don't confuse the two, Shaggy. It's Valentine's, the day for love. And we're trying to find love in this game, but all we find is murder and suffering so far. Maybe if we dig deeper. We only need to make the best use of our time and find a sacred artifact that will exterminate the soul of the dragon god. Then the sacred ding will be as good as new. Oh, his hairstyle? Yeah, it is pretty nice. It's like shorter in the back and longer in the front and wavy. Very nice. He takes good care of himself. Well, he is the head priest, so he's got to make himself look good. We only need to make the best use of our time and find... Okay, I already read that, didn't I? For the past 5 years, the former king and us have tirelessly searched for such an artifact, but have yet to find neither hide nor hair of one. Even this ding has survived much bloodshed and sacrifice. The former king faced innumerable hardships and perils to take it from the capital, too. I wonder if they'll give us a map at some point so I can see where all these places are, aligned with each other. If a sacred artifact is so easily found, can it still be called a sacred artifact? Alright, suffering. That's all we've gone through in this game. I mean, so far, we haven't gotten to the love portion yet. Man, you missed the beginning. It was an absolute bloodshed. If a sacred artifact is so easily found, can it still be called a sacred artifact? For the entirety of his life, the former king thought of nothing but of how to execute the dragon god, and he fought bloody battles to break the sacred vow. So how can we forget his unfulfilled wish so easily? Oh no! That's pretty much all this playthrough has been so far. Oh no! I tenderly stroke the crack as my father's final moments come to mind all too vividly. Oh, are they going to tell us how he died? It's a flashback. You can tell because it's gray. He's a silhouette. Zishu, our 3 sons were killed by the dragon god at Lake Tai. Tengyu is the only one left. That's us right here, Tengyu. They wouldn't let me change the name. For the past 2 years, she has borrowed her 3rd brother's name, Fu Chai, and has been taught by you. Now that the sacred seal has also been passed on to her and our life is coming to an end, survival of the kingdom of Ning will now depend on you. If she can successfully ascend the throne, then you are to hold a secret wedding ceremony for her immediately. We cannot stop looking for a sacred artifact that will break the sacred vow, or allow our bloodline to come to an end. The dragon god deceived our ancestors, and since then, every generation of kings has paid their price with their bodies and souls. But some people believe that as long as they satisfy the dragon god, they will be able to live on in peace and prosperity. They are too naive. You're the only one who can inherit our will. Zishu will help you remove all the obstacles in your way. Remember, only by using your own blood can we take back our rightful destiny, and thus call it the righteous way of heaven. Forget not your revenge, and swear to break the sacred vow. Also, did he pass away from an illness? Or, okay, so, if they appease the dragon god, they're able to live on, like, a peaceful life. So I guess the god is angry, and that's why the family was kind of plagued by maybe an illness? And that's how they died? We will forget not our revenge, and we swear to break the sacred vow. No matter what, we cannot let the dragon god escape and become a blight on the people of this kingdom. Oh. If you hit the middle mouse button, it takes the UI away. Oh my god, is he wearing shorts? They had shorts in this time period? I mean, he is also wearing, like, a crop top, too, so, I mean, I guess I can't really say anything. I understand, but haste makes waste. The Shi clan was the most powerful clan of mages in all of Ning Yu. And even then, it took the lives of the entire clan to seal the soul of the dragon god. We must be even more vigilant. So even if we worry ourselves to death over this whole affair, it will be all for naught. Even if it is urgent, we still have some time. We do not need to drive ourselves to our aforementioned deaths. Zhengdan raises his eyebrows as his facial features finally relax. I don't know if he is trying to reassure me or if he is confident that everything will be well. We will persist in looking for a sacred artifact while we continue to rely on you to stabilize the sealing spell. So he's more like an optimistic character, in contrast to our pessimism. Understood. But I hope that my liege will promise me one thing. What is it? Do try your best to sigh as little as possible. Sighing will just cause your luck to run out faster. Zhengdan puts a finger to the corner of his lips as he gives me a sly smile. I can't help but nod my head. I keep feeling a sharp stabbing pain in my chest and wonder if it is because of the cold that I feel from being at the bottom of the pond. My liege, head priest. Have you found him? Qingfeng and I went our separate ways to search, but I could not find anything in the hills to the north, so I sent Qingfeng to some reinforcements. Prime Minister, please wait until my liege has taken his seat before continuing. Men, give our liege a hot bowl of soup. Get some good soup. Good soup. What's y'all's favorite soup? I like a lot of soups. I like chicken noodle soup, and I like baked potato soup, and also broccoli cheddar soup. Those are some good soups. My liege, you were at the bottom of the pond for so long. Has something happened? There is a long crack along the sacred ding. We don't know if it is the doing of the dragon god's followers or if the sealing spell is wearing out. It would be hard to get to the ding through the sacred pond with just 3 followers. Is the Prime Minister trying to suggest that the dragon god's followers did not come here to break the sealing spell? I agree with the Prime Minister. Why would they kidnap someone from Chi and cause such a commotion when the way to break the spell is known to be a secret? Unless their real goal was to kidnap the archival officer. That is a possibility. They must still resent us for executing their followers and burning down their temples. Kidnapping the archival officer was probably their way of taking revenge. Wouldn't it be easier to assassinate us instead? You're alright, but it would not be the most effective way. Just kill the dragon god? Yeah, we killed him. And now he's sealed up. A priestess lady summoned a tiger and it chomped on him and he died. Wu raises his eyes to look at me, expecting me to infer what he means by the most effective way. After pondering over it for a while, the cold that the hot soup had ridden me of is slowly starting to creep up from my feet. Queen. She was a queen. She died, though. Taking someone from Chi hostage and forcing us to open the way to the sword pond would enable the dragon god to escape, which would destroy Gusu immediately. Just jump. If we refuse to meet their demands, they may still kill the victim and cause a break in diplomatic relations between Ning and Chi. What a malicious plan. We want you to find the perpetrators, even if you have to dig 6 feet under to do it. Yeah, the priestess died, but don't worry, like, the head guy that did it, our dad, like, straight up decapitated him, so he's also dead. Pretty much it sounds like everybody from that incident 5 years ago is dead, except for us. And I guess this is implied Chen was there too. So yeah, just us two. At least the one guy went out pretty epically. We want you to find the perpetrators, even if... Okay, I need to click every time I start talking, so I don't start reread everything. That's what I'm trying to say. The spilled blood of my father and brothers must be repaid with blood. Wu and Zhengdan raised their hands to make a pledge when suddenly the doors are pushed open as Chen hurries in. My liege, I have found traces of the insurgents on the south side of the temple, around the crane stream. Good, we will personally go and cut off their heads. They're so casual. We're just gonna go chop off their heads. That's fine. My liege, your health. We are fine, but to be on the safe side, we would like to rely on you to safeguard the temple. Understood. The cranes! No wonder it's called the crane stream. They are. From a quiet street... I started thinking about how hot they were, and then I got flustered. From a quiet spring flows forth a tranquil stream. A few white cranes feed leisurely by its side. Gazing at this peaceful scenery, one might not think of the bloodshed that had happened here just a night ago. My liege, look over there. The trail of blood is fairly fresh. It is highly possible that it was left by the insurgents. How ingenious of them to use the stream to escape. Any traces of them would be washed away. Tiger Hill isn't a big place, and there are soldiers stationed at the foot of it. Right now, this hill is crawling with people, so it would be very unwise of them to try and hide in the forest. Where does the crane stream lead to? To the north. It flows into Moon Lake. To the south, it flows to the river just outside of Gusu City. After examining the bloody tracks, I have determined that the insurgents split up and went in 2 different directions. There are many mountains around Moon Lake, so it would be easy to hide there, but the river outside of Gusu is very busy with boats coming to and fro, so it would be easy to escape there as well. Prime Minister, Chen Feng, which direction do you think they would have most likely taken? Since the intruder is injured, it would be easier to hide amongst the masses to find an opportunity to leave Gusu. I say Moon Lake. Oh! We have to pick! Oh, I wish I saved! Oh my gosh! Okay. So, here's our first choice of the game. So we can either... So I'm assuming we're going to split up here as well to look for the insurgents, as they call them. So we can either go with Chen to Moon Lake, or we can either go with Wu to Gusu. Who do we want to go with? Oh, I like how their eyes close when you don't hover over them. It's like they're sleeping. Listen, I like Chen is the only right way. Okay, we'll do Chen. I also agree. I have a soft spot for stories where there is like the head honcho and their right hand love story. So let's go with Chen. I dropped something. Gong Sun Yi is an impatient man. He might not be able to wait another 2 days. Prime Minister, you go to the south and keep a close eye on the people from Qi. Chen and us will go north. Wu nods and turns around to leave. Something comes to mind that I have yet to ask him about the incident involving Gojian. However, saying the young archival officer from Qi comes first. I stride towards the mountain stream. Pretty. We follow the trail to Moon Lake. No trace of blood, no matter how small, can escape Chen's eyes. He is looking. Find us a few people who are familiar with this area while we search the shores of the lake. Please wait for a moment, my liege. What is it? The blood trail ends close to the water. Over there. Saying this, Chen jumps onto a rock in the water and after a short while points to an area where bubbles are breaking up to the surface. My liege, there's an underwater current over there. Are they crazy? How can they take a hostage down an underwater current? They are not ordinary people. I take a while to contemplate before entering the lake. What are you doing? Oh, he's so mad. We believe in your deduction. Half of you come with us into the water. Understood. Just dive right on in. Oh my gosh, we really did. We're swimming. I have absolute confidence in my swimming abilities. We dive under the water to where the bubbles are coming, and a pulling force instantaneously propels us forward. I cannot see what is ahead of me, so all I can do is relax my body and let the currents pull me forward. Yo, I hear about places where, like, there's, like, an underwater current going, like, underside a cliff, and, like, inside is, like, a beautiful cavern, and people will, like, go on either boats if, like, the hole is big enough, or they'll, like, swim under there to get in there, but I could not do that. I'd be too scared. I want to smack my head up on the rock wall, and you don't know how, like, long, like, the tunnel is either. So we're very brave in this game. Suddenly, Chen grabbed my waist and kicks upwards. The underwater current brings us to a small cave where we can take everything in at a glance. There is nothing here except a light coming from the other side of the cave. That is probably the way out. We walk out of the cave to find ourselves in a vast, luscious secret forest. The loud chirps of insects rise and fall as we take in our surroundings. We are cautious of the fact that the insurgents might be heading in the trees above us. Well, the current can be super strong and contracting depending on how deep the cavern is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's also, like, why I'd be so scared to do something like that. Like, that's not for me. I'm not much of a swimmer anyway. My hands are too big. They'll make me sink. Help! Chen and I exchange glances before sneaking into the forest together. Soon, I see a young girl holding an unconscious boy in her arms as she looks at us with tears in her eyes. Please save us. How did you get here, miss? My young brother and I came to this forest to pick herbs, but we didn't expect a wild boar would attack us. I fell and hurt my leg as I tried to escape, and my brother hit his head. It's going to be fine. Let me help you up. You are too kind. I smile at the girl, but as I step towards her, she takes her hands out of her. It's a trap! She's got a knife in there! Oh my god. Yeah. Chen stands behind her as he coldly stabs her right through the chest. Oh my god. The girl falls to the ground. From her outstretched hand, a retractable blade rolls out in my direction. What a boring trick. I frown as I kick the blade aside and resheath my sword. A tattoo unique only to the followers of the Dragon God starts to appear on the girl's neck. The younger brother who hit his head would be the kidnapped archival officer, right? We dare not let our guard down as we approach the comatose youth. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is the officer, because if it wasn't, they probably would have gotten up already once their partner got stabbed through the chest. Unless they're trying to big brain and and pretend they are the officer and get taken back. We'll have to see. The youth is wearing simple clothes, but they are more refined than a commoner's. He has thin shoulders, a slender waist, and a face that is no longer than my palm. No larger than my palm. Oh my god, he's so tiny. Rather than a delicate youth, it might be more convincing to say that he is a girl who had just turned 15. Oh, a girl disguised as a boy? Oh, who would do such a thing? Don't get me. That's what our character's doing. This mysterious girl does not show any sign of waking up. We don't know if it's from an injury or if she had been drugged. We quickly pick her up to find her clutching something tightly to her chest. My liege, this child is holding on to something. A knife! What do you have? A knife! No! Oh, it looks kind of like a bird. Like, here's the eye, and then here's the beak. She's clutching a dagger under her sleeves. The guard of the dagger is covered with the intricate design of a bird with piercing, precious stones for eyes. It is very beautiful. Oh, well, if I just read that, then whoever would have stated the obvious. Oh. Chen, did you see that? It's smoking. What was there to see? Strange. An uncomfortable feeling washes over me. I reach out to take the inauspicious dagger away from the girl, but when I touch it... Oh! Oh, the long-nosed dog. Let me do it for you. My chest. My liege. It hurts so badly. Chapter 2. I want to save. There we go. Where am I? Is this another dream? Your nation will crumble, families will be torn apart, everything you treasure will be turned to ash. We will forget not our revenge and swear to break the sacred vow. Your nation will crumble, we will not forget to break, blah, 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 yep. That's what the head honcho 5 years ago said, who died as he was passing away. He said it while his head was decapitated, which I don't know how a decapitated head can say all that, but you know, go off, I guess. My chest is hurting so much. When I extend my hand over my chest, it feels as if the pain were transferring into my fingertips. The pain. I'm scared. I try to cry out only to produce a hoarse hissing sound, like my throat is filled with torn cotton batting. The bones that have been exposed to the air quickly blackens and crumble to pieces. Listen. Magic. I understand. That is true. He was a mage, so that's more than likely true. My body finally decomposes and slowly turns into dust that is carried away by the wind. Now that your body is dead, Fu Chai, and your soul destroyed, you are finally following in the footsteps of the kings that have gone on before you. I am not Fu Chai. I am Teng Yu. You are a traitor. But it is a shame that humans cannot alter the sacred vow. The royal family of Ning have committed a great travesty against the gods that it will surely be avenged 1,000 times over. In despair, I hug my broken body tightly. If I cry now, with tears or blood, or my eyeballs fall out. What is that? It is breaking through the darkness. Oh my god, it's so bright! The flashbang! Turn that shit down! It's the jadefish! Then I hear a familiar song. It instantly transports me back to a time from my childhood. There, my fears, pain, and despair disappear. Ooh. At the edges of my consciousness, a large pale green fish swims by as the song seems to trail behind it. I watch it swish its tail, and a certain youth almost comes to mind. In my hazy memories, he is happily singing the all-too-familiar children's song. I stare at him quietly, fearing that my memory of him will disappear if I interrupt him. Why are the years of one's childhood shorter than those of a beautiful dream? The youth gives me a cheerful smile. This dog's about to start barking. She's revving up. There she goes. Alright, I'll be back. Okay, she has finished. Chen. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's not Chen. I think there was a character that was mentioned during the prologue chapter. His name was Yi Guang. And he was on Tiger Hill while we were over somewhere else. I can't remember what. We were at an altar, and he was over on Tiger Hill getting ready to, like, seal the dragon god, and he was the same age as us, so this must be what she's talking about here. Okay, I have to come back. The youth gives me a cheerful smile. I'm assuming that's who it is, at least. He says, Don't be afraid. Wow, okay. That was a little anticlimactic. My throat is dry, my eyes are sore as the feeling begins to return to my fingertips. Oh, I cannot proceed with mouse, not mouse, spacebar. It says to be mouse. It seems like my nightmare is over. The lights outside are burning bright, and it appears that night has fallen upon us. Are you awake, my liege? Don't mind me burping. Where am I? Shen holds me up by my shoulders, and a wet cloth falls from my forehead. After my liege fainted in the cave, you came down with a fever, so I took the liberty of bringing you to the temple. My sleep paralysis demon. Don't be afraid. 'Tis just I, here at the foot of your bed. What happened to the officer from Chi? She is still unconscious, but I have left that matter to the Prime Minister. Has the Prime Minister come back too? The Prime Minister found a heavily wounded dissident just outside of Gushu. When the dissident realized there was no way to escape, he killed himself. Oh. Unfortunate. I need to go and see that officer from Chi. Give me my change of clothes. Understood. It is strange that you're not stopping me. I'm afraid that my objection will displease you, my liege. Roberto, you are 7 feet tall. I'm scared of anyone over 5'5". Like, you can't just say that shit. It's easier said than done. Oh, this is cute. Haha, are you afraid of displeasing me? The last time you made me so angry was when you finished all the treats given to me by the kingdom of you. Oh my gosh. He's a little chompy boy. Oh, but you're... Rebecca, if you're scared of anyone over 5'5", that means you're not scared of me because I am 5'4". Conveniently 1 inch shorter. Even after doing that, your expression remained so impassive. I was only testing them for poison. You do not have to eat all of them just to test them for poison. All the treats were different, so I was unable to tell them apart. Oh, how noble of you. And how petty of me. It seems that the treats from you were really quite delicious. Hey! Oh my gosh, you hog. Don't steal my treats from me! My liege, let me tie the jadefish amulet onto your belt. Yay, not scared. I am scared of Shaggy. He's over 6 feet. A tall boy. He's the one standing at the foot of your bed. Telling you not to be afraid. It is only then that I notice I've been clutching onto the jadefish this whole time. I hand it over to Chen with a sigh. Don't bring me in this. I had another nightmare just now. It was a good thing that I also have this jade amulet. If only Yi Guang were still around, he would have been more than capable of chasing away the bad dreams and relieving you of the pain of your afflictions. Oh? Is he supposedly dead? Allegedly. While Chen fastens the jade amulet to my belt, he suddenly stills his hands, and a hint of vexation falls over his usually calm demeanor. Yes, how nice it would be if Yu Guang were here. My heart aches at the thought as I change the subject. Aren't I alive and well right now? I curse the fact that I'm so helpless and unable to shoulder your burdens for you. Thank you. The fact that you're willing to shoulder my burdens has made me very happy. After all, if you were not here, there would be no one else to whom I could complain. You threatened me for my toes a long time ago, saying you'd be the end of my bed chomping away. Oh my god. Shaggy, what is with you and toes? Like, I thought the toes incident was just a one-time thing and hooked on you, but it seems that maybe this runs deeper. There is more to the toes. Okay. My liege. Ah, please try to control your appetite a little bit more next time. At the very least, let me have half a bite of the treats to try. Understood. I burst out laughing when I hear him reply in such a serious manner, and the pain in my chest lessens a little. However, speaking of the treats from the King of Yui, I hesitate a little before asking. Do you know how the King of Yui is faring? I heard that he is still locked up and guarded in that hut. My liege, the Prime Minister said that Gong Sun Yi is now waiting for you at the main hall. If my liege is awake, please make yourself presentable and go there immediately. Gong Sun Yi, why is he here? Chen shoots me a look that tells me that he has no idea what this could be about either. I quickly put on my headwear and rush out of the room. Just as I open the doors, I quietly whisper some instructions to Chen. Go to the hut by the mausoleum and keep an eye on the guards. Make sure that they don't make things difficult for Gojian. Understood. Prime Minister Wu, why are your guards holding us here? I did not say that. I said I'd hire someone to come lick your feet. Big difference. Leave me out of this. Okay, it's not you doing the licking. It's somebody else. Prime Minister Wu, why are your guards holding us here? I would like to know why you, good sir, and your guards were caught sneaking into the mausoleum of Ning's former king in the middle of the night. That's worse. You should know why. What else was I supposed to do? We were placed under house arrest in the guest house for a day and a night without any news. Oh my gosh, I can't click spacebar. Actually, I didn't even click spacebar. I clicked Alt. There we go. But we agreed on 2 days. Upon hearing my voice, Gong Sung-yi and Wu both stop arguing and meet me with a bow. Since we are still within the agreed deadline, why would a gentleman such as yourself do something so rude and unreasonable? Gong Sung-yi's face turns red, then pales. If this person is so reckless and impatient that he will place himself in such a precarious position as to give Wu and I the advantage, then we have no reason to suspect he has a hidden agenda. Prime Minister, we believe you are being too harsh. After all, this is his family friend that we are talking about. Gong Sung-yi has just worried himself into a frenzy. I apologize. The fact that you are so worried that you cannot wait even one more day makes me wonder what sort of relationship you must have had with your missing officer. Oh, so if this is the officer that we have now, I wonder if that's his daughter, and that's why he's so worried. In court, he is my subordinate, and hence my responsibility. Personally, he is a family friend, and thus I am obligated to look out for him. How can I calmly wait for news of him? Like, he keeps saying family friend, but maybe that's like a cover-up. Because, like, people know who his children are, so he has to be like, oh, this is just a family friend. This isn't my actual child. Are you sure? Your Majesty, whatever do you mean? You barged into our court, and yet we defended you from your own ministers, and even promised to find your friend within 2 days. We did all these things because we admire your loyalty to your friend, and to your king. However, as soon as our backs were turned, you tried sneaking into the forbidden temple. Have you no regard for us? Your Majesty, this is high treason. Execution. Decapitation. Send him to the guillotine. That was not my intention. Where's my mouse? There it is. Enough. It is clear that you, Gong Sung-yi, are mocking us. We will be writing a letter to your king, and you can forget about saving your lowly officer. When he hears how serious my tone of voice is and sees my stern expression, Gong Sung-yi prostrates himself on the ground with a loud thud. His voice quivers as he speaks. I beg you, your Majesty, to rescue the King of Qi's beloved sister, Xiaojiang. What? That child is our... When the princess heard that she was to be married to the King of Ning, she insisted on meeting you at least once prior. The King of Qi spoils his sister, and had agreed to let her come in the guise of a man. Through the all-yellow room. Okay, so this is not his daughter, but this is the king of another country's sister. Okay, and she came to meet us, disguised as the man. Well, that wasn't very safe. You would have such a royal figure come by themselves. Well, not by themselves. They had a bodyguard, but just one bodyguard, for that matter. Like, y'all did this wrong. Y'all should have been more careful with this. Y'all should have just came with her. Where were you, Gong Sung-yi? Not being smart, apparently. When the princess heard she was being married. Okay. And to think of that. To think that. This is ridiculous. Your Majesty, it was not my intention to anger you, but if I do not deliver the princess safely back to the kingdom of Qi, I will be sentenced to 1,000 deaths. As you should. Fine. Since Xiaojiang is our bride-to-be, how can we stand by and do nothing? Rest assured, we shall do our best to find her. The perpetrators have only kidnapped her, and may yet use her to make demands of us. The princess's life should be in no danger. It wouldn't be convenient for agents of Qi to move around in a foreign country, so why don't you let us investigate the matter secretly, lest we alert the enemy? The Prime Minister has a point. However, we are talking about the princess. If the King of Cheese sends a letter regarding the matter, how should I respond? Okay, I'm gonna say this very carefully and clearly to you. You lie. You say she is fine, she is having a good time, and she misses her brother, but she will be back soon. And that's it. Smile. It's that easy. Just lie. Although we cannot guarantee that we will find the princess immediately, we will send someone to investigate this matter right away, and we give you an update in 2 days. Even if I have to dig into the ground a mile deep, I promise to bring the princess back safely and in one piece. Morning will be here soon. I'll go and prepare the carriage to take the envoy back to the guest house to rest. I hope that you will keep secret of what happened today at Tiger Hill. Yes, I understand. I will leave this matter in your hands, Your Majesty. Gong Sung Yi bows deeply before turning around and walking away despondently. I don't believe he has any other option but to trust us with this matter. After Wu sends Gong Sung Yi out the door, he turns around and pulls me into an empty room. Oh? Oh, Zing. My liege, Prime Minister. Has the young girl awakened? Zhang Dan frowns and shakes his head while pointing towards the soft couch. The young girl we saved yesterday is still sleeping, but her complexion looks even worse than before. Her lips are turned dark purple, and she appears to be in pain. So it looks like she's been drugged. Why is she still holding onto the dagger? This time, I am sure it is not just me. This dagger is giving me a bad feeling. Could it be the cause of Xiao Jiang's current predicament? We have to separate it from her and see if that changes anything. My liege, don't move. A black shadow pounces out from the blade as Wu pulls me behind him in the blink of an eye. The horrid thing is like a mist, but gives off the smell of dead bodies. With shocking speed, and before we can react, it closes the distance between us with a whoosh. Wu? Just when we are about to be swallowed up by the black mist, it suddenly stops, as if hitting an invisible wall, then disappears. Wu and Zheng Dan are both wearing serious expressions. Okay, he's fine. I thought he was going to pass out. I guess what just happened was not my imagination. What exactly is that dagger? I'm afraid that it is an instrument to carry out the curse. The fact that this young girl is still unconscious is also a result of this curse. Will she die? It is like a slow-acting poison that will kill a person after a period of time. My liege, please do not touch that dagger. If you do, you may also become cursed. But we already touched it, didn't we? Oh no, the black mist thing just kind of pounced on us. I guess we're still safe. Is the head priest even able to break this curse? I have tried, but this curse is very vicious. It requires 3 lives to break it, including the spellcasters. I am afraid that I, alone, will not suffice. Why are they casting such malicious curses on innocent people? Worried, I look at Xiao Jiang. This young girl is going to die in her prime, simply because she was curious about her husband-to-be. Head priest, her expression seems to have become peaceful. Yes, it seems as if it seems as if there is a strong force fighting against this malicious curse. Could it be the light that protected my liege? Light. The amulet. Oh, give her the amulet. I glance at the jade fish on my waist to see it looking the same as usual. If anything can protect us from this curse, it would be this jade amulet. My liege, can I see the amulet? Yes. When Zhang Den has his hands on the jade fish, his face lights up with understanding. No wonder. This amulet holds a strong power. It can undoubtedly help break this curse. Before he died, this was given to us by our childhood friend, Shi Yi Guang, that had saved our life once before during the sacrificial ritual. Shi Yi Guang. Wow. Wasn't he the genius of the Shi family and the son of the previous head priest and head priestess? I had heard a lot of good things about him even before I became the head of the Zheng family and the head priest. When I hear him talk about Yi Guang so casually, I grow speechless. I can only nod my head. If this jadefish amulet can spell malicious spells, can it be used to break this curse? Sorry, I have already tried that, but my magic just bounces back. Apparently this amulet has a will of its own. It only recognizes Shi Yi Guang as its owner, and is protecting my liege as it was commanded to do. But isn't Yi Guang? To think that Shi Yi Guang's final wish was to protect my liege was so strong. But he's not actually dead. He's alive out there. It is a pity that without an owner, it can only work passively. Luckily, it still has some power. Because when we were 5 years ago, during the incident, when I guess it was his mother, Yi Guang's mother, who summoned the tiger that killed the dragon god, when she died, the tiger disappeared. So if Yi Guang had died, wouldn't the amulet kind of lose its power too? Well, I guess not if it's supposed to be like a protection thing. Anyway, I mean, we all know he's still alive. They're all just like, oh my god, Yi Guang, he was so cool and stuff. Too bad he's dead. He's gonna come out like, actually, I'm not. Stop telling people I'm dead. It's like I can still hear his voice. Okay. Like what happened just now. That's right. Did it not protect the Prime Minister too? The pure magic in this jade can purify evil. If my liege is willing to stay by the side of this young girl, it can slow down and alleviate the effects of this curse. You don't expect my liege to take this child wherever she goes, do you? That would be unnecessary. After all, if we don't break the curse, sooner rather than later, she will die. It will only take a few days. My mom to me when I don't come out to greet guests. You hiding in your room and your mom's out there. It's like just yesterday she was here. I'm not dead. I don't know if it is Zhang Dan's talk about death or my memory of Yi Guang that causes me to feel something evil spark in my heart. If only we had succeeded in killing the dragon god 5 years ago, the head priest and head priestess would still be of the Shi clan, and not only would we be able to save Xiaojiang, but we would also have nothing to worry about, would we not? Oh my gosh, this is still... Oh my gosh, I am almost 2 hours in this stream, and this is still not correct. Oh no, it looks good on here, never mind. My phone just fucked up. Okay, it's my phone. I can see it on this stream. Well, actually... Yeah, okay, everything's fine. Never mind. I'm creating problems when there isn't any. Back to this. My liege, I am suddenly made aware of what I just said. I am about to apologize to Zhang Dan when he smiles and waves his hand dismissively. Oh yeah, she did just straight up insult him, didn't she? If only the previous heads were alive and he's standing right there. It's like, oh shit, well damn, guess I'll go fuck myself. My liege is not wrong. The mages in the Shi clan were the most powerful mages in the kingdoms of Ning and Yui. Even the mages in the kingdom of Chu could not overcome them. Even the young Yi Guang was extraordinarily talented and was admired by every mage. I am sure that I will never be able to measure up to him in this lifetime. Truth be told, I am quite envious of him. No, Zhang Dan, you're still good. We love you. Don't put yourself down like that. You can do it. But no one can bring back the dead. We can only resolve this on our own. I will prepare some medicine so that she will endure the journey back to the kingdom of Qi. My liege, we understand. It is our fault, after all. I thought that we were going to find a solution. Since Xiaojiang may die at any moment, we should at least report it to Mr. Gong Sun Yi and the King of Qi. Even if those villains were still alive and had been handed over to the King of Qi, do you really think he would believe our incredulous explanation? Even if he does believe it, he would be able to hold the Kingdom of Ning accountable and would likely break our alliance. We have heard that the King of Qi is a willful person, and when he went to the Kingdom of Lu to take back his queen, he invaded many of its cities. If his precious sister were to die here in Ning, we do not believe he would break only our alliance, but also our kneecaps. There is another way. Putting my troubled thoughts aside, I raise my downcast eyes and look at Wu. With his hands together, he throws out his arms and bends at the waist in a deep bow. I beg, my liege, to execute the King of Yui, Go Jian. Okay. Prime Minister, do you know what you're asking? Does my liege not wish to know why I have detained Go Jian? Few people know that the guards on Tiger Hill, and even fewer could have provided the Dragon God's followers with information on his forbidden areas, waterways, and terrain. This is purely the Prime Minister's speculation. Go Jian is entirely ignorant of the Dragon God and matters regarding the seal. Are you sure about that? That is also an assumption, my liege. If they are in cahoots, would not the followers of the Dragon God share their information with him? My liege, if the Dragon God's followers are successful, who else would be most benefit from it? On the other hand, if you can think of it, someone else has already thought of it. Wu raises his head and shoots me a look. It feels like he wants to extract a logical explanation from my confusion and to chain up any excuse I may have for pardoning Go Jian. When the King of Yui lost the war, he offered to guard the former king's mausoleum as part of his preparation, and so we agreed to pardon him. Would our honor not be in question if we went back on our word now? It was divinely gracious of you to forgive Go Jian for killing your father. Now everyone will see him as an ingrate for conspiring to kill the princess. Wait, why did we part when he killed our dad? What? That don't make no sense. Yeah, off with his head. No, that's not logical. The kidnappers may not have known that the victim was the Princess of Chi, and even if they wanted to start a war or even threaten us, did they really need to use such a dark spell? We need to investigate further for these questions to be answered. However, the King of Chi, as well as the rest of the world, needs a reasonable explanation, so this should suffice for now. Did my liege not say that even if he catches the followers of the Dragon God, he would still be the laughingstock of the world? Right now, we not only need to expedite Xiaojiang back to her kingdom, but we also need to prevent the King of Qi from waging a war against us. We are facing an extremely tight schedule and can only convict him now. We can look into it further at a later time. Then wouldn't Gojian be nothing more than a scapegoat? Wu pauses. When he finally speaks again, his voice holds an unutterable sadness in it. It has not yet been 3 years since the former king passed away, and memories of him are still very fresh. Does my liege really believe Gojian is innocent? The late king had his life taken by the sacred seal of the Dragon God, but right before that he was already seriously wounded by the Yui's general Ling Gufu, who had been acting on Gojian's command. None of these men has killed my father with their own hands, nor are they innocent of his blood. Hi Kira, how's it going? Happy Valentine's Day, thanks for the raid! Are you having a good Valentine so far? Oh, and I also saw that you were playing Fortnite earlier, was it? Did you get any wins? And also hello to everybody who is just now coming into the stream. We're playing My Vow to My Liege. We are a woman acting as the king of the Kingdom of Ning. Hell yeah, I got a lot of wins. Oh, great. Congratulations. Honestly, I shouldn't expect any other from you, Kira. You get those dubs. But yeah, so we're disguised as the King of Ning right now. We're using our dead brother's name, and we are investigating a lot of shit right now. So we have this princess from another kingdom who is apparently cursed and will die soon. And we think it is a king from another kingdom that places it on her. It's all very detailed. Hopefully, the further we get into the stream, the more we'll be able to understand what's going on here. I was hanging out with my fellow Valentine loners. I feel that. And now you are still hanging out with your fellow Valentine loners. But are we truly alone if we are together? It was a lot of fun. Oh, I'm glad it was fun. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad y'all had a good time. I hope I can give you guys a good time here. But yeah. So we come back into this. Now the Dragon God is trapped inside the Ding. Ling Gufu died in battle. Gojian has entered Ning as a slave, and that all our enemies have seemingly placed themselves at our mercy, but we are well aware of the danger lurking beneath the surface. The Prime Minister is saying that we shall leave no loose ends and spare no one. Shall we not be robbed of a single good night's sleep unless there is no ravenous wolf lurking in our shadows? For the moment it took your father's life, it has not been able to forget the taste of blood. Happy Viagra Day, Raiders. Wait, that's not right. That's your worst one yet, Shaggy. I'll stream you calling it different days. Not a fan of that one. If my liege means to carry out the former king's final wishes, then you mustn't leave any loose ends. We all on the lonely train, choo-choo. I love trains, though. Since I cannot refute what he just said, I can only shake my head silently. I know, but to leave no loose ends and spare no one? I could not help but to recall the times when I was a helpless victim who survived narrow escapes from the merciless slaughter of Dragon God, and those sanguinary coups committed by ambitious aspirants like Fu Gai. All aboard the choo-choo train. Oh yeah, I remember. The first time you raided me, Kira, actually, you had like a train facts raid message on there. I remember. I remember now. You do indeed love trains. What kind of snacks are you gonna pass out, Becca? I actually have some snacks here too. I got some like gummy Skittles that I was munching on earlier that I had to stop myself from. Also, I'm going to grab a water real quick. I was gonna throw this away, but there's no bag in the trash can. Where's the water? Okay, here, water. Then the dog needs to go outside. Okay, doggy, you wanna go outside? I'll put you outside. Okay, I'm running back now. I got fruit snacks, lots of chocolate, chips, goldfish, Capri Sun, Sunny D, peanuts, cookies, brownies, fruits, veggies. Oh my god. You got everything in there. I would like to partake a Capri Sun and some goldfish, please. Thank you. So generous. Okay. Let me take a sip of water and catch my breath. Oh my gosh, why am I so winded? Okay, there we go. While y'all decide what snacks you want from Becca, I will continue the story. Currently slicing strawberries into heart-shaped. Oh, cute. For Valentine's Day. One single careless move could have risked me everything, because no one at the time had ever thought of sparing me. I had my life and even my dignity at the mercy of those who had once dominated my fate. There should be but water under the bridge, and yet could it be said that all those agonies I had been suffering to have, too, vanished into thin air? How much I suffered from those agonies, then, is how much I resent those making me suffer from their cruel deeds. Who could have thought that I am now dominating over another person, and that his life and his dignity are all at my mercy? Are you silent because you have a better plan, my liege? There is no better plan. Who would benefit most from it? The kingdom of Ning would benefit in the most in pinning the crime on Gojian. Do I, however, have to become that kind of person whom I've resented and despised most, even though this is exactly what the Lake King has chosen to be? The Lake King has determined to seal the Dragon God by hook or by crook that he dared spill innocent blood of the entire Shi clan. By so, he has taken away from me one of those remaining people on this earth who were near and dear to me, and that he has also stolen my dearest father away. His gentle smile eventually turned into the face of a ferocious revenger, even though the kingdom has benefited from the king's cruel deeds. I understand, of course, that all of these were done as a last resort and his means to survive, but I could not help thinking whether this is the only possible way. If I were in the same shoes, would I have done the same thing that Dragon God did? That I would slaughter thousands of people just like my brothers and remain unsympathetic to it? Or would I be the same as the late king, that I would dare spill innocent blood of people like the Shi clan to achieve my goal? And would I care for people like Ayu, who lost their loved ones and suffer from agonies of grief ever since? Would I need to be the same heartless murderer so that my kingdom could benefit from it? Then why are you still hesitating, my liege? Oh my god. Patience here, Wu. Are these not the things you must do as the king of Ning to avenge your murdered father, to break the sacred vow, and to expand your alliance northward? Or have you forgotten the promise you made 3 years ago? We will forget not our revenge, and we swear to break the sacred vow. Since you have not forgotten your vows, then you should not seek power for personal feelings. I admire you for letting go of your personal grudges and understand your ambitions when you turn down offers of marriage. But if you let a ravenous wolf like Gojan off the hook, that would only mean you have no sense of right and wrong, and I will have to beg to differ. My heart is pounding with an overwhelming intensity of hatred and grief in which the faces of my deadly enemies and my loved ones are becoming one. They are demanding that Fu Chai shall revenge in violence and blood, while begging at the same time that you shall never repeat the dastardly deeds that have been wrongly done to them. I feel deeply disturbed. And every single night and every single dream that I have no control on, these voices have never, ever allowed me to let go. It is not exactly that what Wu has just said, that ever could I not be robbed of a single good night's sleep. My liege, please place your kingdom before your personal feelings. When have we not placed the good of the kingdom before everything else? Even our life is not as important as the good of the kingdom. Okay, Kira. Oh my gosh, I hear the dog is barking outside. I will be back again. She's always trying to fight. It's always the strangest thing. The dog will bark so violently at something outside. I'll go out there, I'll look around, nothing's there. She's barking at her ghost. Oops, that's not how you close that. Okay, hopefully that's the last interruption. I punched the pillar next to me with all my might. How could it ever be possible that I'm doing this only out of some personal feelings for a certain somebody? Those conflicted emotions nearly ripped me in half, and I find them so hard to carry on. Maybe these do not matter anymore. The seal on the dragon god seems to be weakening, and I don't know how much longer I could stay alive. There are the things I cannot I cannot share with Wu. Oh, there she goes now. Now she's got her toy. Those weak and fragile feelings, those agonies of grief and hesitation, they never should have existed in the first place. This matter involves 3 countries. While we will take your words into consideration, we must deliberate over the matter before coming to a decision. Wu wants to continue the discussion, but I do not wish to argue with him any further, so I turn around and refuse to look back. I mean, yeah, like, I can see where Wu's coming from, wanting to kill Gojian because of his, his crimes and all that stuff. But we can't just be like, okay, he did it. Immediate murders. Like, we gotta, discuss this with everybody. Because, like we said, it affects 3 countries. Like, we can't just do that and be like, okay, everything's fine now. It's like, no, you just killed a king of another country. Alright. Let's see what we're up to now. I step out of the royal gardens with my head still spinning from the discussion. I feel like I cannot breathe. I clutch my jadefish amulet. Since this pain is not caused by the sacred seal, it only serves to comfort me. The bloodied water once filling Lake Tai and the sword pond all those years ago is, again, flashing before my eyes. I wonder if my friend ever regretted giving the jadefish to me at that time. Isn't kith and kin more important than the kingdom of Ning? I laugh at myself. Between the kingdom and family, the Shi clan chose the kingdom over their own family, whereas Fu Chai should only be left with his kingdom and nothing else. Yet here I am, still being trapped in a past long gone. My liege. Jen, why are you not at the caretaker's hut? I am here to report that Gojian has escaped from the hut. Oh my god. What? When the Prime Minister went into his cell to interrogate him, he had already escaped through the window. How? Do you know where he is? How did he... You mean y'all left the window open and just let him go? No, I'm sorry, but he nailed a piece of cloth to the window from which he escaped. Chen, we want you to hide near the crane stream. Make sure that you are able to see us talking to Gojion, that no one else can listen in on our conversation. What happens if Gojion attacks you? He will not. But even if he does, we still have you. Understood. A young slave stands alone at the edge of the stream. Though his clothes are worn, they are immaculate. The 3 years he has lived as a slave have not diminished any of his noble bearings. Without me realizing it, my hurried pace slows down. Our 3 years of friendship was established in this dreamlike and sandy place. I had hoped that I would not have to face the harsh reality before this land collapses. To personally destroy our sandy dreamland is one thing, but to have the tides destroy it is another. Honestly speaking, what happened that year was an accident that should never have happened. How'd you? Ooh! Ain't he pretty? Oh my god. Also, I wonder if this is a potential candidate to, like a potential, what do you call it? Like a bachelor. Because... Are we doing Sean Connery impressions? Yes, yes we are. Unintentionally. Sean Connery just possesses my very soul, and sometimes he just reaches out from within, trying to escape, but I have to push him back in. The youth turns towards me with a smile. Hi, you. You saw the piece of cloth. Why did you call me here? 3 years ago, it was in this stream that you dropped your amulet and had gone looking for it in the water. I thought you were trying to drown yourself, and dragged you to shore only to get beaten up by you. Ha! The way we met was very awkward. Yes. Even though you are my only close friend, I will need to make things awkward again. Huh? Suddenly, Gojin's expression turns serious. He faces me, gets down on his hands and knees, and bows. Pardon my impropriety, but I beg your majesty to save me. How long have you known that I am the king of Ning? You were not a priest, but you commanded the guards on Tiger Hill. I am not stupid, but how could I not see that you were someone with authority? Yesterday you told the guard to be lenient with me. Twice. That confirmed my suspicions, which is why, at the risk of losing my own life, I escaped so I could declare my innocence to you. Yeah, we've been soft. Now he's trying to butter up to us. And it's probably gonna work, too. If you were truly innocent, you needn't have come to us, to explain yourself. Prime Minister Wu is suspicious of me, and intends to condemn me before seeking out the truth. I was afraid that I would not have had the chance to clear my name. Your Majesty, please investigate this matter. I, Gojion, have never once plotted against you. But have you plotted against other people? That's the real question. Whether you are innocent or not isn't important. The princess is already under a curse and will die very soon. What's worse is that she's the King of Chi's most beloved younger sister. Younger sister? I understand. That is why the King of Yu, Gojion, is the most suitable scapegoat. I'll look at him silently. It is as Wu said. If I can think of it, others have thought of it too. Hence, this is the most logical answer. Oh, back up. Gojion suddenly raises his head. He wears a determined expression, his eyes burning bright like searing flames. I am moved to see the flames in his eyes, yet also feel a sharp pain as if they burned me. There is a divine doctor in the kingdom of Yui who can create miracles. He can save the Princess of Chi. What? There was a time when I heard that your majesty was in poor health, so to prove my loyalty, I searched diligently for a doctor to cure you. Finally, the time has come for you to use him. We thank you for your kind intentions, but doctors cure illnesses, and the princess suffers from a curse. The reason I call him a divine doctor is because he can not only cure illnesses, but he can also dispel curses and hexes. You should not tell such lies, even if it means that your life might be spared. Your Majesty, please believe me. Do you think it was easy for me to find such a capable divine doctor? It took a lot of time, effort, and resources. Even if you are telling the truth, we are curious to know why you would want to go to such lengths to find him. Do not tell us that you are sincere about healing us. Even Ning's many ministers would not put that much effort into finding us a healer. Not to mention, you hadn't even confirmed that Ayu was the King of Ning. Fine, I will not try to deceive you. Saying that I wish to prove my loyalty to you by finding you medical help is nothing more than flattery. The simple fact that I am still alive today is all thanks to your mercy. If I do not do something to please your majesty, I may not even survive beyond this night. Gojian, we have to ask ourselves, when have we ever mistreated you? Even guarding the former king's mausoleum was your request. I know, your majesty, Ayu treats me well, but what of it? Even now I must kneel in front of your majesty to beg for your mercy. Should I not do everything I can to please you? Should I not take every opportunity to guarantee my survival? Should I not find a rare person just so your majesty might remember and reward me? Would not a patient's eyes light up with hope over such a doctor? Ayu, if you were me, wouldn't you do the same? He's got us there. Gojian gives a bitter chuckle that sounds as if there were a lot of unspeakable emotions mixed in with it, so much so that I cannot meet his gaze. How am I supposed to answer him? Although I cannot tell if he is telling me the truth, Gojian has been a slave these past few years, and has tasted more than his fair share of hardship and bitterness. How can I not understand his overly cautious attitude? Do I also live through every day the same dilemma and agonies of suspense? While Ayu can trust her friends without question, Fu Chai cannot. Maybe your majesty will just not believe me, but everything I have, including my own life, is at your mercy. If I lie to you, I might survive today, but would I be able to survive past tomorrow, or the day after? If I may speak my mind, you've been doing that the whole time, if we save the princess, everyone will be happy. If we can't save her, then we will be no worse off than we are right now. But the longer we wait, the worse the consequences will be. If we leave now by the waterway, we can reach the doctor in 2 days. If the divine doctor says that she can't be saved, you may cut off my head and present it to the King of Chi. Oh my god. He's serious. Let me save real quick, actually. Save. Right here. Ayu, you are the King of Ning. Therefore, I would not blame you if you used me as a scapegoat for the kingdom. But would you be satisfied if you did not, at least, try to save the princess? Welcome back, Kira. They have caught up with me. The lives of the princess and I, and the diplomatic relationship of Ning and Qi, are now in your hands. Ayu, let's take the gamble. Oh, how dare you, Gojian, to break out of prison and hold my liege under duress? When I see Wu draw his sword, I know that this is the best opportunity for us to kill Gojian. As for the crime, dead men tell no lies, so we can spin it however we please. But... oh no! Okay. Oh my god. Why is this such a big choice already? This is like the second choice we've gotten in this whole game. Alright. What do you guys think? Oh, streams have been going fine here. We just have to decide whether we're going to kill this man or not. So we could choose to believe Gojian in that he has a doctor that can help the princess. But could he be like, kill? Just immediate, kill him. Off with his head. And there's also the fact that Gojian commanded an assassin to kill our father, which technically succeeded. There's some, like, you know, curse, you know, sickness stuff that's kind of, like, mixed in there, too. Always go for the kill. Damn, Kira. Out for blood. Murder. Whoa, whoa. Does anybody else want to argue against that? Who we killing? Okay, we're gonna kill Gojian, who... yeah, let me, like, tell the whole thing. So, he is our friend for the past 3 years, but in the past, he had commanded somebody to kill our father, which technically succeeded, and now he is being, like, used as a scapegoat for, like, all the shit that's going on right now. But he might have a doctor in the Kingdom of Yui who can heal the princess, who's under a curse right now, and will die soon. So we can either stop Wu or kill Gojian. I know, we all know that Kira wants us to kill him. But does anybody else have any other opinions that they'd like to share? I did save, like, a little bit before, so we can just go with whichever. They did not wish us a happy Vagina Day. That is correct. I don't know, Gojun. It seems that the masses want us to kill you. Then kill! Oh my gosh, everybody. Off with his head. Alright. We will kill him, and maybe in another playthrough, we will keep him alive. Kira's like, yes, do it! We'll kill him. I draw my sword from its sheath. My liege? I will not let the Prime Minister make a move. Ayu and the people who once called me Ayu are long gone. What I have been indulging in is but a glimmer of what was once my existence. Let the hate throw flew you! We are Fu Chai, and we exist only for the kingdom of Ning. Since this is an act of revenge that we should have taken 3 years ago, we should personally see to it, and at the same time kill off that horrible weakness of ours. Ayu, do you really want to kill me? Well, technically, like, 2 other people want to kill you too, so I mean, you know, yes, I guess. We are the King of Ning. We should have done this 3 years ago. Fine, I am willing to die for a friend, but as the King of Ning, I hope that you will be able to live with your conscience. The word conscience throws me off. How absurd. This is the one single word neither Ayu nor Fuchai would ever dare ask. My liege, I shall not hesitate any longer. I am the King of Ning. The person I'm executing now is the one who murdered my father. He is an enemy of my kingdom. Hya! The divine doctor is called Jishi. Jishi? Do we know the name? Chapter 3. We're on a boat! Save. Well, he's fucking dead. I hope you all are pleased with your decision. A thin layer of mist covers the surface of the water as a faint golden light shimmers on its surface. The morning air is a little cold, but very refreshing. Today's weather is the perfect weather for us to set off on our trip. Listen, I'm not one for always killing, but I do know how to hide a couple bodies. I mean, that is a skill to have. A very useful skill. Why is it taking so long? Excuse me? You're supposed to be dead. The river is crowded today due to the good weather, and since we are disguised as merchants, we are in no position to hurry the other boats. Fine, just make sure to speed the boat up once we pass the Shu River. Zulao village, where the miracle doctor is staying, is by the river. Yesterday I sent him word of our departure. He will be waiting for us in the village. Oh, so Gojion did not perish. Why did I sound so disappointed about that? You're not fucking dead? Then what was that choice for? I guess in the sense of the game, whichever one we picked would probably up the relationship with each other person, so we're probably in bad standing with Gojian right now, which, I mean, it is what it is. Zulao village, where the miracle doctor is staying by the river. Yesterday I sent a word of our departure, he will be waiting for us in the village. I turned to look at Xiao Jiang. She seems withered and dry. Her complexion has darkened a lot, a result of her inability to eat or drink. Even Zendan could do nothing about it. If it weren't for the jadefish amulet that I carry everywhere with me, she might not be able to hold out for another day. The most ominous thing is that she's still clutching the dagger with monstrous strength. Shishi's medical knowledge and methods are peerless. The princess is in no danger. Shishi, do you know anything about his background? Because he lives in the western banks with the surname Shi, the locals there call him Shishi. Other than that, I have no clue about his background. He does not leave Zulo village, nor does he let the other villagers talk about him to outsiders. So that is how it is. I had suspected that he is a descendant of the Shi family. I'm sure you know that people in the Shi clan were the most powerful mages in all of Ning and Yui, and that a magical battle that happened a few years ago resulted in the death of the entire clan. We know about that, but we were unaware of any survivors. Although it is but my own speculation, it is also the reason why I am daring to take a gamble and recommend him to your majesty. Since you are so busy every day with that sickly complexion, we should have Shishi take a look at you as well once we reach Zulao village. Good work, King of Yui. The honor is mine. A silence settles over the cabin. Chen crosses his arm and stares at Gojion. This makes Gojion uncomfortable, so I... Oh, okay, well... We can either rest in silence or we can say something to ease the tension. Man, what... what whiplash between these two, from the last choice to this one. You can either kill Gojion or stop Wu from killing him. Do we want to sit in silence or do we want to, break the tension up? I mean, it's kind of awkward, So yeah, no, it's awkward. It's like trying to kill a guy and then he's still alive here. I wonder if that'll come to bite us and it'll bite us later in the story. It's like we're in a time where we need Gojion. My dad to me. God. Yeah, I guess we'll say something. Let's just say something, Lighten up, fellas. Cheng. Chen. This is his name. Chen Feng, not Cheng. Chen, I'm a little tired. I'll go and prepare your bed, my liege. Please be careful. Chen shoots Gojion an icy look. Not only does he not give Gojion the respect one should show a king, but he doesn't even attempt to hide his enmity for him one bit. Oh my god, everybody hates Gojion. Gojion can only pretend that he doesn't notice it, and awkwardly looks away. Please pardon Chen's rude behavior. I'm making people lunches for work, and the serotonin is high. What's a lunch that is tailored to your favorite foods? Ooh. A lunch that is tailored to my favorite foods. Right off the bat, I think of chicken tenders and mac and cheese. That's a good lunch to me. Macaroni with the chicken strips. Ah. But that's one. What's another one that I like? I also like... We mentioned soup earlier. I like soup. Specifically baked potato soup. Ooh, that's pretty good. Maybe with like a nice turkey sandwich next to it. That's pretty good. I'd eat that. Yeah, what about everybody else? What foods do you guys like for lunch? For lunch today, I had a bologna sandwich. I was in a rush to leave, and I thought, oh, I'll just buy my lunch out while I'm out. But I was like, no, let's pack something. So I quickly packed the last of the bologna with some bread. Please don't mention it. At least it isn't Prime Minister Wu. My nerves can only take so much. I love, like, gourmet sandwiches. Like, damn. Love a good sandwich. In the past, I would have burst out laughing at his antics, but now I can't even crack a smile. Gojian realizes how rude he was and quickly tries to apologize. You know, that we are not angry. But I am afraid that you'll become angry. Afraid? What a useful word. Considering the armies of Ning nearly obliterated the King of Yui and the life of their king is now in my hands, he should be afraid. But yeah, there is cut up fruit and snackety snacks. Ooh, delicioso. Love some fruit and snacks. Since it has come to this, what else can be said of our friendship? Yeah, what can be said of our friendship? We just tried to kill him. I whip my hand at Gojion and just to have him return to what he was doing. I step out of Xiao Jiang's cabin for a breather on the bow of the ship. Although my jade fish is protecting me from the effects of the curse, my chest still feels uncomfortable from the negative air around the princess. I hesitate just before stepping onto the deck. Oh, Gojion is sitting there on the bow. He's so pretty. He looks out into the distance where the water flows. His lonely figure stands out from the busy scene of boats coming and going around us. Ah, I swallow the words that I am about to say. Ever since he begged me for mercy, he has stopped being Ajiu. Like a beautiful and fragile piece of glass, once it shatters, it can never be glued back to how it once looked. What's more, should he step out of line, I will need to kill him. You were supposed to do that earlier, but whatever. With a heavy heart, I go back into the cabin. Oh. Oh no. The shameless king of Ning, the betrayer of his religious sect, and the sealer of his god. A dog's life brings no joy, so why do you still struggle to hang on to it? My chest is hurting very badly. It is happening again, and seems far too soon. The previous attack occurred only a few days ago. I cannot let myself be defeated now. I still have things to do. Oh my god. Just fluttered away. I really wish it wouldn't have such a bright screen that puts in front of us. Once again, I see a big white fish swim towards me out from the darkness. Its scales emit a bright glow, and in that brightness, a youth appears before me. Smiling, he says, "Don't be afraid." In my agony, I reach out to him. Yi Guang. I swear, if we see Yi Guang, I'm gonna go right up to him and say, couldn't you have said anything else that would be more useful? It was just a nightmare. Chen! I hear a noise and call from my guard as I rush out of the cabin. Oh, it's raining. Just as I open the door, a black feathered arrow flies right past me and lodges itself onto the door. Chaos meets me at the bow. In this storm, I can barely pick out Chen and Gojian. They are leading the guards, who are disguised as crew members, in a fight against a group of attackers dressed in black. The attackers are the followers of the dragon god. I draw my sword and rush to Xiao Jiang's ship. The cabin, sorry. Oh my gosh, she had her own ship? No. There was something odd about the incident at Tiger Hill. I'm afraid that they may have come for Xiao Jiang. Xiao? Indeed, her bed is empty. Oh my god. She got kidnapped again. As I look around, I see a trail of water droplets that lead from the bed to the outside of her door. With the fighting at the bow, there should be no guards at the stern. I grit my teeth as I rush to the stern of the boat. Unhand her, criminal scum! At the stern, two followers of the dragon god hold onto Xiaojiang as they prepare to jump onto an approaching bamboo boat. Whatcha? Oh my god, he did. I raise my sword and rush at them. I manage to injure one of the two men, and he gives a yelp as he falls. The followers of the dragon god are magicians. They are helpless when pitted against an ordinary swordsman who has trained a long time, like me. Oh, are you sure about that? I take this chance to rush to Xiaojiang, but the other person uses her as a shield and viciously kicks me right in the chest where the sacred seal rests. Oh my gosh. The flexibility on this man to kick right up to, like, the middle of her chest. It's like by like our collarbone too. Ouch. Ugh. Damn. If they managed to steal away Xiaojiang, then everything that we have done up until now would have been all for naught. Are you? Did you? Bastards. I'm going to kill you. Brat. The boat is here. Forget about them. I don't think so. I use my remaining strength to rush at them as they escape and manage to grab hold of their legs. The two men land on the deck with a bang as Xiao Jiang slips out of their grip and into the water. I watch Xiao Jiang disappear beneath the fast-flowing waters. Without a second thought, I dive in after her and barely manage to catch her in my arms. We swim in. The impact of me hitting the water causes me to black out for a moment. And I come to while struggling against the current, but my limbs are no longer obeying me. I must fight for control. The water and the girl in my arms are both colder than ice. Don't go towards the light. In the dimness of my consciousness, I see that big pale fish again. Ayu. Is this a dream? Is this reality? Who is calling out to me? A blurry figure approaches me with open arms. My chest hurts so badly. In my pain, I reach for my chest, but my arms will not move. Someone is weighing down my arms. A person with a sickly, dehydrated complexion, like a dried twig. Xiaojiang? My blurry thoughts are clear now. I quickly raise a finger to her nose to see. Oh good, she is still breathing. Have you searched over there? I searched there, but there was nothing. I want to call out, but I see the men in black, and know that they are not my men from the royal guards. Those damnable followers of the dragon god. Since they are near, I can only carry Xiaojiang quietly into the water where there is some tall grass behind a tree. I hear something. You keep an eye on the bank while I search the tall grass by the river. Oh shit, that's where we're at. You can see from just a glance. Do you really need to go search so thoroughly? It's better to be safe than sorry. Going under. Suddenly there's a disturbance as a patch of tall grass starts to sway. I then see a black spear hit the water, and it misses me by a hair's breadth. Grabbing Xiao Jiang by the waist, I try to move away from the spear without making too much movement. The dragon god's follower keeps throwing his spear into the water. It almost hits me a few times. After a few minutes, my body runs out of oxygen, and I cannot help but release a few bubbles. Damn it. Didn't I tell you to watch the banks of the river? I am watching it. Then why did I hear a stone fall into the water? Was there such a sound? I'll go over and take a look. I carry Xiao Jiang out of the water, but before I can catch my breath, a pair of hands cover my mouth and drag us out of the tall grass. Hello? Oh! Shh! I stared at him in surprise. So it was he who threw the stone that distracted the followers. Gojian glances at Xiao Jiang, who is still lying in my arms, then points to a large log that has fallen into the water. There, in the rotting log, is a big hole. We hurry to the log and hide it in it, together with Xiao Jiang. Okay. Huh. Something seems to be splashing in the water. I finally caught you. Huh? It is just a large fish. Damn it, we've been searching for half a day now. Could they have been swept further down the river? If they manage to get close to the border now, they might get picked up by a passerby. Let's go. They should be gone now. Let's get out of here. Where are we? We should be upstream of Ning's border town. The followers of the Dragon Guard sure act fast. We're not even out of Ning yet. Ayu, do you not trust me? I am not doubting anyone. I'm just trying to think of a way to prevent their next attack. Your guards are loyal to a fault, haha. And now you are left with the only one who will betray you. We have never said that. We will go to the border town. Once there, you can have your guards watch me, as well as find a local guide to show you the way. So why are you being so formal with me now? You know that I don't mean it. I have never doubted you, Ajiu. It is Gojian, who you do not trust. The way he stares at me makes the words that I want to say stay lodged in my throat. What can I do? I am not the only person who Xiao Jiang can rely on. Even the slightest mistake can cause me a lot of pain and problems. He lets out a bitter laugh. How much did you really trust Ajiu? How come you never told me you were a girl? I stand there in a stunned silence as I clutch the hem of my clothes, while the expression on his face says, so it is true. When did you discover that? When do you think? Gojian lets out a snort as he carries Xiao Jiang and walks away from the bank of the river. It is then that I see that the clothes on his back are torn and tattered and covered in blood. Was it... Are you? Is this a dream? Is this reality? Who's calling out to me? This is a flashback. Did you jump into the water when Xiao Jiang and I fell in? He walks away wordlessly. Thinking back, there were some sharp rocks at the bottom of the rushing water. Damn, how deep was that place? That idiot. Ajiu, wait for me. Oh, a map. So Lake Tai, Gushu. We start a fire to help dry our clothes. After a short break, we hurry along the bank of the river to a bridge that spans the borders of Ning and Yui. Okay. We plan to cross the bridge that will lead us to Zulu village. Judging by the map that Gojian drew for us before we left Ning, the safest route would be to go through the border town, where we will meet up with Chen, then take a boat up the river to our destination. However, after hearing that the Dragon God's followers also plan to go to the border town, we decide against it, and instead head straight for our destination. But a more pressing reason for the change is that going to the border town now would add another 3 to 4 days to our trip, and I don't think Xiao Jiang will last that long. Gojian does not object to this change in plans. He is probably still angry with me since he hasn't said much on our trip thus far. Our trek drags on uneventfully until the afternoon of the second day of our journey. Which proves that the saying, when it rains it pours, is true. As we almost reach the end of our journey, we discover that the bridge has collapsed. Wow. How did it? To answer your majesty, the river branches out ahead, so get to Zulu village, we will need to take a boat. Okay, I am so sorry to interrupt, but I need to go to the restroom, so I will be back in just a few minutes. So yeah, take this time to eat your snacks. You can converse amongst each other. I will be back. I have returned from the pee-pee. I kind of feel bad for almost killing him. He's hot. Yeah, that's when Kira and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, just kill him." I was looking at him, I was like, but he's pretty though. You can't kill a hot person. It's the pretty people privilege. Alright, let me get all comfortable here. I need to put this somewhere. Criminal mind says otherwise. That's true. That's criminal mind is in its own different universe. They don't apply to the laws of this world. But okay. Take one more sip of water, and then we can continue with the story to the village. I got so excited when I saw the map. I was hoping they would let us look at like the whole thing because I want to see what it looks like. But no, just an instant zoom in. This is one corner of the map. But maybe later they'll show us. All right. Okay, I read that. Gojon is finally taking the initiative to talk to me again. Although he is keeping his head low, I can't tell if he is being humble or just mocking me. Is there not a pier nearby? I'm afraid that the nearest pier is at the border town. Greetings to you young people over there. How do you do, fellow kids? Don't drag your sword. He's just a farmer. Did you want to cross the bridge? It was washed away a few days ago by a surge in the river caused by a big storm. Sir, is there a boat that can take us to the bank on the other side? There's usually a group of children who fish on their bamboo rafts over here, but with the river so swollen, who would even dare to get so close to it? We need to get to the other side of the bank urgently, so could you please tell us how to get there? No matter how urgent the issue is, you cannot make light of your own lives. You can come to my place and wait until the situation improves before being on your way. Honestly, I forgot to mention this earlier, but it does make sense why the game didn't allow us to kill Gojon outright, because I'm pretty sure he is like one of the candidates that we can like fall in love with at the end of the story. So it's kind of like, don't shoot. Don't shoot your option just quite yet. You know what I mean? But still, it's like, imagine if they did. It's like, okay, the route's closed. It's like, wait, what? What do you mean? You killed him, forehead. It's like, oh. It was still funny getting that that option though. Say, yeah, just kill him. Okay. Did I read this? I'm gonna read it again anyway. No matter how urgent the issue is, you cannot make light of your own lives. You can come to my place and wait until the situation improves before being on your way. We need to do this to save a life, which is why I'm begging you. You can't stop death from happening. If you go further downstream, there is a marsh that you may cross, but there are monsters in it. Why have I not heard of it? It only started happening 1 or 2 years ago. Haste makes waste. I will not lie to you, but it would be better for you to wait it out and cross later with a boat. I have a feeling they may give us a choice here, so I'm gonna save that. The farmer is right. You have been panting throughout our entire journey, so even if you don't want to go into his village to take a break, we can go back to the border town. We cannot afford any delays. I look at Xiaojiang anxiously. She's still unconscious on Gojion's back, although the jadefish amulet is keeping her life hanging by a thread. Anyone would be half dead by now if they, like her, could not eat or drink for a few days. Sigh, young people never value their lives. Please be careful. Thank you very much, sir. We will be on our way. I do. I'm sorry, but I cannot wait any longer. Your Majesty is ever wise, and with the... Why did I say it like a Southern belle? Your Majesty is ever wise, and with the weight of the kingdom on your shoulders, I am in no position to object to your Majesty's order. This is not an order. Gojian turns around to look at me, and I look back at him with an expression of sincerity, as if the words had come from my heart. No matter what, because of our relationship, I would never be able to put on airs in front of him. I know that the harder I push on, the heavier the burden is for you, but Xiaojiang is getting worse and worse. I know. You don't need to be so anxious. He mumbles as he lifts Xiaojiang higher up on his back, and with long strides he starts in the direction of the swamp. I secretly let out a sigh of relief and quicken my pace to catch up with him. The swamp is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Although the waters are not deep, the currents from the river have made them muddy. The forest canopy casts dark shadows all around us, and it is hard to watch our steps, making it difficult to watch. Surrounded by rotten trees, as far as my eyes can see, I am starting to become depressed. We should stop walking before nightfall. Right now, we need to find somewhere to camp for the night. Camp here? It is easy to lose one's sense of direction once it gets dark. We might also encounter demons and ghosts. So do you still want to keep on walking? I'm not afraid. You can't scare me. Ugh. Oh, then is your majesty afraid of this? Gojion turns around with a snake covered in colorful patterned scales and is as thick as a hempen rope. He takes it and waves it in front of me. Be careful with that. Don't worry. It's harmless. Don't be afraid of the spooky noodle. He's just a little guy. A little long boy. I like snakes. Saying this, he tosses the snake quite a ways from us. This man is more like a wild man than the king of a kingdom. How do you think I survived as a slave for these past 3 years? Feeling a sense of guilt, I lower my head and stare at my feet. The life of a king who has become a slave is not just fraught with hardships, but it is also one filled with loneliness, as there would be no one willing to lend a helping hand. What would it be like for a person who has, ever since birth, led a life of luxury, to now lead such a miserable life of humiliation? What's more, he has not once complained about it to Ayu. From the hardships that I've experienced since I began this journey, I think I can understand him a bit better now. At a time like this, a wild man is more useful than a king. I'm not... Oh. Why is the sacred seal hurting at a time like this? Ayu, what's wrong? How happy can you be with that wretched life of yours? You might as well just die. Okay, dramatic much? I blink my eyes as my consciousness returns. I realize that if Gojion had been a split second slower, I would have fallen into the mud. I just tripped. I'm fine. I secretly clutched the jadefish at my waist, although it was only for a brief moment. The bitter animosity that I just felt that makes me tremble. How happy can you be with that wretched life of yours? You might as well just die. Oh, he's just repeating it. Get lost. Like, shut up. Oh my god. At least say something different. Suddenly, it feels like there is someone grabbing a hold of my hand. My eyes widen to find Gojion at my side. I'm fine. Stop being so hard on yourself. You need a rest. Without another word, Gojion pulls me under a big tree. I cannot refuse him when he is so insistent about it. The floating island that has us sitting on makes me a little anxious. The ground shifts a little, but it does not sink. Did you hurt your hand? I open my palm without thinking. It is covered in traces of blood that I have taken in the shape of the amulet. You stupid. He frowns as he treats my wounds. I watch him bend over my injury, and I'm reminded of our innocent days when we were just Ayu and Aijio. Those were the days when our troubles were as far away from us as the clouds in the sky. They were such beautiful but short-lived days. You look tired. Would you like to take a nap? I am reminded of the voice just now, and shake my head. I hurt all over, so I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep. Let's just chat. Why are you so attached to that jadefish? A friend gave it to me when we were children. It was his clan token. It can drive out evil. That friend must really care a lot about you. Maybe. Shortly after giving me this jade amulet, he passed away. To this day, I don't know if he died for Ning or for me. As a king, there is no difference between yourself and your kingdom. This is especially true now that you are king. True. That is what it means to be a king. It sounds like you are unwilling to face the fact. I am afraid that I haven't performed well. To tell you the truth, I have known for quite a while now that it is the followers of the Dragon God that have been persistently chasing after us. Oh my god, the fucking phone. Shut up. It's just spam calls anyway. I'm gonna wait till it stops. Okay, fingers crossed that the guys that are gonna put the new carpet in the room I'm gonna be streaming in call soon, so that I can finally move into there. and stream, and we won't have to deal with the barking of dogs and the ringing of phones. Okay, let's continue. How could I not know of the time Lu tried exterminating all of the Dragon God's followers, especially when the kingdoms of Ning and Yui share a border? I even know that black clothing and tattoos are their trademarks. Yu, please answer me honestly. Are they doing this for revenge? Yes. Mei Qian, the previous head priest of Ning, had intended to unify the Dragon God's followers in an attempt to take over the throne, so he had all the traitors executed. Is that why you had to pretend to be a man, to succeed the throne? I've long had my suspicions that you were a girl, even back when we were at Tiger Hill. I am shocked. I never thought he would have suspected me for so long. Why are you so shocked? We were close friends then. Maybe too close. Oh my god. To be honest, even now, I don't know what is more shocking, that you are the king of Ning, or that you are a girl. Maybe what shocks me the most is how well you've managed to rule the king of Ning. Do you really think so? Yes. That I managed the kingdom of Ning very well. Yes, I'm not it has been easy. After all, I too was once a king. Why did you not expose my identity as a girl? Because I've always felt that we were very similar. Similar? Which do you think is more ridiculous? You dressing as a boy to succeed the throne, or me, a king, who is now a slave? I mean, I feel like, I don't know, I guess they are kind of in the same league. Seldom do we see the world turn upside down, but Lady Luck makes fools of us mortals, and I cannot take control of my own fate. But I won't give up, and I will regain control of my destiny. I am stunned. Gojian gazes up at the sky that is half covered by trees. The expression in his eyes dazzles me, and I cannot look away. How do you plan on taking control of your destiny? As long as there is life within me, I swear that I will not give up. If I continue to live, good. If I die, so what? I will live my life to its fullest. Oh, hearing him say that, I see myself struggling for my life under those big dragon claws as I let out a long, blood-curdling scream. In that instant, I finally understand why Gojian and I are so similar. We have both tasted the pain of loss too many times to allow our fates to control us, to not struggle against its oppression. To take control of my destiny. Gojian, do you want to return to Yui? Gojian whips his head around to look at me with bright eyes. We stare at each other for quite a while before he finally nods his head. Yes, I can punish you for treason for what you just said. I also have countless ways to achieve my goal. I can deceive you, please you, and even bargain with you like I did when I offered you the information on Shishi. Then, why haven't you done so? Because you know me like no one else does. You know me, just like how I know that you are the king. We have tasted far more hardships than the common people. I admire you, Ayu, so I don't wish to lie to you. He said Ayu, not Fu Chai or your majesty, but Ayu. Fine. Once we have cured Xiaojiang, I will allow you to return to Yui. Gojian wears an expression of disbelief. With eyes opened wide, he quickly kneels down and prostrates himself before me. This sinner cannot thank you enough. Stop. Don't thank me so hastily. There will be conditions that you must agree to before you can return. The countries north of the river have always despised yet feared Ning. War will break out sooner or later. Although the kingdom of Chu has been heavily destroyed, its foundation still stands. It is only a matter of time before they retaliate against Ning. You must manage the kingdom of Yui so well so that Ning may have another ally. I regret the decision that I have made today, but I most definitely understand you. Adieu. I want you to take control of your own destiny. Gojian stares at me with his mouth open wide, then finally kneels down once more and bows before me. The pain in my chest slowly fades, and I cannot help but smile. This is a gamble, but who is to say that I don't have choices, that I won't be able to take control of my own destiny? Enough. Kneeling and bowing here on this barren and untamed mountain is pretty foolish. Now get up. You are right. Ha ha ha. He has a Southern Belle accent and then just laugh. We look at each other and burst out laughing. Oh. Well, that's not very funny. What is it? I think I hear strange noises. I hear it too, and it seems to be coming closer. Watch your back. As I turn around, something smelling of rotting flesh flies at my face. I instinctively reach out and grab it. Huh. It's a snake! I throw the snake down as hard as I can. It is then, as it wriggles non-stop, that I notice that it is a black and about 2 feet long. It cannot be. What? As I draw my sword, several black snakes spring out of the water and come at us like black arrows. But with my sword in hand, I can smell the putrid stink of snake blood that seems to permeate all around me. These snakes are far bigger than the one that first attacked me. If any one of them were to wrap their bodies around us, we would be in serious danger. How is it that they keep coming even after we killed so many? No, gotta get out of there. The strange noise I hear seems to be getting louder and louder. I take a quick glance behind me and see hundreds of black snakes slithering on the trees and rotten logs that barely stay afloat due to their weight. From a distance, it looks as if the swamp is boiling. Run! Gojian throws Xiaojiang over his shoulders and grabs my hand as we flee the floating island. Do you know which direction we need to go? There is no time to look. We'll just have to go with our instincts. Do I have an iPhone? No, I do not. I have a Samsung Galaxy. The bottom of the swamp is very soft, and we seem to sink deeper into the ground with each step that we take. We would have been too tired to move if it hadn't been for our short reprieve, although we are not much better off now for it. Duck! I slash at a snake that is as thick as a child's thigh. Mud and snake blood splash into my face. Ew. Oof was trying to do a magic trick. Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god. Why did this... Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, man. I ruined the trick. I would have liked to seen it. Oh well. Maybe someday I'll get an iPhone. But I have no time to wipe it off. With a backslash, I kill yet another enemy of unknown origin. Gojon seems to be in no better shape than I. A black snake falls onto his shoulders, and that nearly causes him to slip into the water. This must be the swamp monster the father was talking about. You don't say! Would normal snakes gather like this to kill us? Damn. So sassy. We are unable to take a break due to the mountain of snakes. After killing an endless number of snakes, the trees thin out some, and I can finally see more ground than just the floating island. Looks like the exit isn't far now. Let's keep going. Something isn't right. Can you feel it? There are less snakes attacking us. Wait. They're swimming ahead of us now. Are they planning a frontal attack? Can a nest of snakes be that intelligent? I like to shake a little. The whole screen's shaking. I squint my... Oh, they're gonna make a big snake, aren't they? I squint my eyes to better see where the snakes are congregating and notice a dark clump of bush that seems to grow taller and clearer the closer I get. Once I see its smooth, slippery belly more clearly, a black python that is a few hundred feet long comes charging right at us. What are you? Gojian pushes me away, and with one slash he gives the python a horizontal gash to its belly. Unexpectedly, the giant python doesn't bleed from the cut. Its belly gushes even more huge snakes? There are a countless number of black snakes wriggling in its belly as the wound closes before our very eyes like it had never been wounded in the first place. This unnatural scene is making our hair stand on end. Followers of the dragon god! We look past the snake to see a few figures in black standing down on higher ground, playing a strange and accursed song. Their bodies emit a black smoke-like aura that seems to follow the eerie chant as it enters the giant black python. Just as I thought, this is their doing. Let's cut off the snake's head. I'll leave the followers to you. But before finishing his sentence, he flings Xiaojiang at me and rushes at the giant python with a slash. Damn, snake, come at me! I tighten my hold on Xiaojiang as I grit my teeth and run in the other direction. Neither of us can defeat such a strange monster. Our only way to win is to rid it of its source, the dragon god's followers. Aju must have also thought of this, which is why he is trying to bait the snake. If I were to worry about him and turn back, I would be betraying his trust in me. We are already at the edge of the swamp. All we need is this last-ditch effort. Suddenly, a person in black lets out a strange scream. What the? Gojion's exclamation shocks me, and I turn around. The swamp floor starts to bubble as hundreds of black snakes leap up. In the blink of an eye, they join together with a giant python and begin charging straight at me. Run! The giant python comes out at me like the wind, and there's no time for me to make an escape. A strong sense of dissatisfaction rises within me, and my tired body suddenly perks up with energy. With one thrust, I stab my sword into the pitch-black belly of the python. If only I had this kind of courage when I faced with that giant white beast 5 years ago. I'll take control of my destiny. The eyebrows. I cut open the belly of the python with my sword, and it gives a howl of anger. It then opens its mouth wide and rushes at me. Suddenly, hundreds of swords rise from the water around me and pierce through the giant python. With just one attack, the water swords manage to shred the monster into thousands of pieces. Is this him? Yiguang? Splatters of mud fly into my face as I stand there in a daze. Was that snake monster made out of mud? And what were those swords of water? Like an unstoppable tornado, the water swords fly majestically through the sky towards a giant snake which is attacking Gojion. A mesmerizing figure in white dances gracefully. His sword strokes are so fast that they look like flashes of lightning. His long sleeves sway like the long tail of that big, beautiful fish that frequents my dreams. It all seems so unbelievable against the tragic backdrop of mud and blood. My vision starts to blur from the sprays of water and mud as I watch the giant snake get cut into thousands of pieces by the water swords. The followers let out wretched screams before falling dead as their evil souls leave their bodies. Shaggy says he wouldn't eat a lunch I make. Oh, what the heck, Shaggy? You reject food? How dare. I thought better of you. We are saved. My body goes limp like a ball falling from midair, and I tumble to the ground. But I stare forlornly at the figure in white as I am overcome with a feeling of familiarity. He is clearly... Gojin rushes to my side, but a pair of strong and fair hands are one step ahead of him. They gently pick me up into their embrace. With the problem solved, a long-forgotten feeling of security overcomes me as my unconsciousness slowly fades. Someone sighs softly in my ear. Don't fucking say it. Oh my god, he fucking said it. Ah, you. Don't be afraid. Chapter 4. So we have Yi Guang here now. Okay, this is a flashback, it looks like. Let's save here. Young Yi Guang. Ah, you. It's too dangerous for you to attend the ritual to kill the dragon god. I hope you will be spared, but I know that it is of the utmost importance that every member of the royal family attend. The head priest has already informed me of the dangers. Since you're not afraid, I need to be just as brave as you. I knew you would say that. Here, this is for you. Isn't this the jade fish amulet that never leaves your side? Yeah, this jade amulet houses a magical spirit, which I have nourished with my own magical powers for a long time now. Now, its power is on a par with mine. Isn't that supposed to be given to your future yin fish as a token of love? Why are you giving it to me? If something should happen, this amulet can save your life. Then that's all the more reason why I should not take it. What will happen if your powers aren't enough when you are alone on Tiger Hill? They will have to seal the Dragon God's spirit in the sacred ding before transporting it to Tiger Hill to have the seal reinforced by the sword formation. You will be in more danger than me, so you should take it. Ayu, just think of it as giving me peace of mind and take it. You can return it to me once the ceremony's over. Agreed? Since you feel that way, fine. My only wish in this life is for Ayu to be safe. I am slowly dying, Day. I don't want food. I want ginger ale and Tums. Fuck Virgin Day. I'm sorry you don't feel good, Shaggy. I guess that is a good excuse to reject food. You gotta get yourself some ginger ale and chug that shit. And feel better. You take a drink. Sunlight. After a few days of continuous rain and gloomy skies, the warm and gentle sunlight is especially comforting. If only it wasn't so bright. Wait, where am I? I tumble out of bed and look around. It seems that I am alone in a simple, tidy wooden hut. The smell of medicinal herbs hangs in the air. I find that all my wounds have already been treated, and even my usual ailments are not giving me as much pain as they normally do. I take in my surroundings with suspicion. I cannot find my sword. With no choice, I pick up a stick that is lying next to the door and give it a few practice swings. Good. This should be helpful. Wait a minute. Where's Aji and Xiaojiang? Hey, lad. Are you alright? A plainly dressed village woman appears. She puts on her broom and comes to greet me warmly. You must be hungry. I will make you some fish soup while you rest in the hut. The evil laugh I hearing through FaceTime, he knows I meant when he was better. God, Shaggy, jeez. Wait a minute. Missus. I suddenly feel something holding me back. Looking down, I see that I'm surrounded by the village children. They eye me with curiosity. Shoo, you're scaring our guest. If you don't stop it, the gentleman will not give you any sweets next time. The village children disperse like a school of small fish and laugh as they run away. I put down my stick awkwardly. Mrs., can you please tell me where I am? This is Zulo Village. Zulo Village? Is there a doctor by the name of Zishi here? Ha ha ha. Laddie, this is Mr. Zishi's home. We made it. I like how the camera looked around. I was like, damn, bitch, you live like this? I look around the area to see a simple and clean courtyard surrounded by a few wooden huts. In the middle of the courtyard lay a few bamboo sheaves. On them are strange plants and insects that were left out to dry. This really does look like the residence of a doctor. The village woman continues to explain. When the gentleman rescued you and brought you out of the swamp, you were all covered in wounds. You had slept for a few days after that. You were all very fortunate to have survived the monsters in that swamp. That's true. Do you know where the two people who were with me are? Missus, have you seen them? Of course. The village woman takes out a piece of cloth from her pocket and hands it to me. This is what the young man asked me to pass to you. He left the village yesterday morning. Anxiously, I unfold the cloth. On it is a message from Gojian. Hi, you. I'm going back to the border town to look for the others. Please trust me and wait for me. Hear from me. Adieu. As for that little girl, I cannot explain it. You better follow me. The village woman brings me to a hut and takes out a bunch of keys. Although there is nothing to steal from this poor remote village, we were afraid that the village idiot might do something stupid. We had only meant to protect her by locking her up. I've heard a story like this before. She unlocks the door while apologizing to me. Xiaojiang? Ooh, what is this? We got some spy lasers in here. Got a parkour around them. It is dark in the hut, and after my eyes adjust to the darkness, I am greeted with a shocking sight. Xiaojiang seems to be floating in midair. Her arms, which had been curled tightly in front of her, are now lying by her sides. The ominous dagger that she had been holding is also suspended in midair, and is now dangling tipped down directly over her heart. If it falls but a few inches, it will pierce her heart. There is a bird engraved on the dagger with gem for eyes, and they gleam sinisterly. It feels like it is trying to raid my mind. The village woman suddenly pulls me back as I am about to take a step in. She has a lot of strength for someone so petite. Her one yang forces me to take a few steps backwards. Be careful. Do not go in, or you will bump into the strings. Strings? Well, that's what these are. It isn't that I notice something shiny as it reflects the light coming in through the door. It is one of the many strands of silver string that are tightly strung all over the hut. It is also these silver strings that are holding up the girl and the dagger, making them look like they are floating in midair upon first glance. The gentleman has instructed that no one should touch those strings before the girl wakes up. Saying this, the village woman locks the doors and hands the keys over to me with a smile. He also said that once you've awoken and have seen this, I should hand the keys over to you. Feel free to look in on her, but please don't go in. Thank you, missus. And where's Mr. Shishi? He went to the river to wash his herbs. If you take the footpath down, you will see him on the left. Thank you. After thanking the village woman, I turn around and run out of the courtyard. Come back quickly. Don't forget to finish the fish soup. Don't forget to finish this fish soup. Is it because I feel well rested, or because the medicine he gave me was so effective that my body feels as light as a feather? It has been many years since I felt this way. Even my heart feels like it was soaring. The footpath goes downhill, and I can already smell the faint scent of water. Yiguang. Where's Yiguang? Suddenly, a thought crosses my mind. I slow down my pace. My life starts to flash before my eyes as if I were on the brink of death. Everything that happened in my past feels so unreal. Although I cannot deny that we were indeed saved by a man named Shishi. Visions of a man dressed in white while standing amid that black swampy water come to my mind. I cover my mouth in amazement. It's not possible. This must be the illusion that one has before they die. Ever since the nightmares about what happened at Lake Tai began, the image of that person keeps appearing in my mind. That must be why I'm seeing a vision of him as my rescuer. Oh, I wonder. Here's a theory that's probably going to get answered real soon. I wonder if Yi Guang, faked his death and then came to this village and posed as Mr. Shishi. And now he's acting as Shishi now. And he's the doctor here. That must be it. After all, when I went to the sword pond 5 years ago and saw the place filled with dead bodies, among them was... Was it? As I try to piece the past events together in my mind, I become more and more confused as to what they really happened. Amid the chaos in my mind, one assumption seems clear. If only that person were alive. I run like the wind to the riverside. Next to an old tree that is half submerged in water, I see a familiar figure with his back turned towards me, his head lowered. He is staring at two mounds of dirt that are under a tree. I hold my breath and slow down my pace as my vision begins to blur. In front of me is a man with hair fluttering lightly in the breeze. He carries with him an air of gentle dignity, just like my childhood dreams which have disappeared and have never returned. Ayu. The man turns around and faces me with a warm smile. A refreshing breeze blows from the direction of the river, and all the hardships that I've faced these past 5 years seem to disappear in it. The only thing I can remember is our final moments together, and Yi Guang's beautiful and gentle smile. Today, I finally see for myself in that pair of calm, bright eyes, a thin, fair village man. Although I have changed since then, he is still as perfect as the day we first met. Man, I'm down bad for this man. If this is a dream, please don't wake me up. Are you? I don't see you for a few years, and then you turn dumb. Yi Guang opens his arms as he teases me, welcoming me like he did in our youth, and making me feel like I had never left his side. I choke on my emotions as I punch his chest with all my might. What? Are you? Did you need to use so much strength? I thought you died. Unable to control myself, I burst into tears. Lost in my anger, the turbulence of many mixed emotions turns into a violent storm within my heart. Suddenly I am taken back 5 years ago to the bloody event that happened at Lake Tai. Seeing the ground at the sword pond covered with fresh blood and corpses, I had torn my vocal cords with an ear-piercing scream. I had once thought that killing the dragon god would be worth the sacrifice, but little did I know that the price would be so heavy. To secure the spirit of the dragon god, my father had reinforced the sword pond by cruelly sacrificing all the people in the Shi clan. When I rummaged through the mountain of corpses like a mammoth for Yi Guang's remains, I felt like I, too, had died. As ever, I failed to save anyone. Never have I managed to keep those most near and dear to me. Why of all people in the world do I survive? Are you? Are you? Sorry. So sorry. Why do you need to apologize? I couldn't get to Tiger Hill in time to save you. I'm sorry. Why are you blaming yourself when it had nothing to do with you? My head is hurting, and I'm feeling dizzy. It almost feels like I'm dying again. Yi Guang lets out a sigh, then lifts my lowered head. He takes the sleeve and gently dries my eyes. Under his calm and quiet gaze, I slowly regain my composure. Yi Guang, have you calmed down? Ayu, I need you to listen to what I'm about to say. At that time, before the autumn's offering ceremony, and through her divinations, my mother already knew what was going to happen. You and I know that the dragon god is not a real god. Once he has absorbed enough souls and magical power from the rules of Ning, he will unleash an unstoppable force of evil upon the world. When that time comes, it will be more than just you and I who will suffer. It was my parents and the rest of the clansmen who insisted on killing the dragon clan, for the greater good. Despite having to sacrifice ourselves, it was still our choice. Just as you and your family paid the price for your choice. I gaze into Yi Guang's clear bright eyes, and am amazed at how they hold no trace of deception. Hi, you. I am still alive, and so are you. I do not hold any resentment towards anyone. I am speechless, but I know that everything he has said was from his heart. Yi Guang has always been a generous and broad-minded person. My torrid emotions finally calmed down as I sobbed and rubbed my nose. I eye Yi Guang's sleeve with embarrassment. It is now messy with my snot and tears. Ew. A snack for later. Yi Guang waves his hands in an act of casual dismissal. I thought you were going to cry until you died. What a dumb thing to say. I start to laugh, and Yi Guang joins in the laughter. With everything that happened that day at the sword pond, how did you manage to escape? My mother couldn't bear the thought of me dying if something terrible were to happen, so she secretly arranged for an elderly man in our clan to fake my death and sneak me out of Ning. We then changed our names and moved here. That is how I became Shishi. So I see. So I was right, my theory was right. He is Shishi. Gojian had already given me the gist of it, but I did not think the one seeking medical treatment would be you and the king of Yui. I thought you already knew. A few days ago, an old patient of mine sent me a letter begging me to cure his friend of an unusual ailment. I knew that this was a person of power, but I did not think that the friend he mentioned was you until I felt the jade fish amulet nearby. Your old patient should be a relative of Gojian, so you rushed to the swamp because of the jade fish amulet? Yes, the jade fish amulet is like an extension of myself. When I felt it close by, I was shocked. 5 years ago, when you gave me this amulet, did you know what was going to happen? I had a hunch, but what does it matter if I can foresee the future like my mother? People are unpredictable, and the future is never set in stone. That is true. It never stopped my father nor I from trying to break the sacred vow, not even when we knew that it would be as difficult as becoming a god. Let bygones be bygones. You really don't care about what happened? Yi Guang smiles as he turns to look at the earthen mountains beneath the tree. Last year, that old man passed away. I buried him next to my parents' gravestone, and I come here to chat with them whenever I'm free. The dead are no longer with us, so why do the living need to chain ourselves to the emotions of the past? I gaze at the two mounds of dirt as the river continues to flow endlessly next to me. Yeah, he do be really pretty like that. Like, what right does he have to be so gorgeous? It seems like I'm the only one holding on to all the hatred and suffering. While I don't want to be tied down by my destiny, I cannot escape its chains. If only there were more easygoing people like you in this world. Mr. Shishi, come quick! Hello? Mrs. Zong? The hut where the little girl and dagger is shaking. I'm coming. When we reach the courtyard, we can hear a strange bestial sound coming from the wooden hut that Xiao Jiang is in. Some of the roof thatching on it has even fallen off. As I take out the keys, Yi Guang waves his hand, and the door opens with a whoosh. The once tranquil light in the hut has now turned bizarre. A thick fog escapes the room and engulfs me, making me feel nauseous and dizzy. The once motionless Xiao Jiang starts to struggle as the dagger inches closer to stabbing her in the heart. Oh no! Yi Guang reaches for the silver string, and immediately blood pours out from his fingers, dyeing the silver string red. I command you, from the sky, fall! From the earth, rise! Obey! As the spell falls from his lips, the silver strings start to glow a pale green. In an instant, the thick fog and the bestial sound stops as everything returns to the peaceful state that it had once been. Yi Guang enters the hut and nods his head at me. She is fine, don't worry. Just now, was that normal? No, it was not normal. I have placed two different kinds of spells on this hut. One is a silver string that is supposed to bring Xiao Jiang's soul back to her body, and the other is a spell to cast out evil spirits. He could command me? Oh my god. Girl, chill out. But no, I get that though. Like, look at that. What right do you have to do this? You look pretty while doing it. I hate you, but I love you. I hate you, but I love you. I placed two... Okay, I already read that. Usually those two spells wouldn't cause any trouble unless... Yi Guang holds the dagger gingerly as he becomes lost in his thoughts. Unless it is the work of the dagger, I too was nearly harmed by its evil aura. Hey, what? What is it, Shaggy? Share with us. But This dagger is not cursed, but a sacred artifact. Sacred artifact? That's right. Its magical powers are very potent. It has at least half the power of that of the Ding, which we sealed the dragon god in. Everyone calm down, chill. God. The look of absolute disgust I got. Why? Do you not agree, Shaggy, that this man is beautiful? You don't want to be commanded by him? I ain't sharing nothing with no one. Come on, Shaggy. You know he's pretty. Think of my own search for such a strong artifact, and it was right in front of me this whole time. We were always under the impression that the dagger was the medium of a curse, but if she is not under the curse of this dagger, why hasn't she woken up? Absolutely not. I ain't in this. Oh my god. Well, you're lost then. According to what I know of Mage Xian and his group, they probably put Xiaojiang's soul in a human sacrificial array to feed on the power that is needed to sustain her body. That is why she hasn't woken up yet. No, I will turn this boat around. We already know you like feet. I mean, she's got you there. A human sacrificial array? That's right. The tricky thing about this human sacrificial array is that it would need the blood of its victim to work. If we used force to break it, it would hurt the person's soul. If that sacred dagger hadn't been protecting her, Xiaojiang would have died the minute they captured her soul. So that's why the followers did not kill her. No, even if they had tried. They might not have succeeded. That said, Dae is my new special counsel. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want? I'm a crew. Oh my god. Stop it. Y'all are tearing this family apart. The dagger, like the amulet, they both contain spirits that will protect their owners. But back then, the amulet protected me from an evil aura. If this dagger is so powerful, why doesn't it help Xiaojiang? Perhaps the followers of the Dragon Guard also paid a high price to breach the dagger's defenses. I'm my own special counsel. Beck's powers. Oh my god. It's because you revoked her status as special counsel. You're taking her power away. How could you, Shaggy? How could you do this to her? She was innocent. She just said you liked feet. Why is that so powerful? From what Zhang Dan told me, it takes 3 lives. This is really strange. The followers must have known her real identity if they were after Xiaojiang specifically. Why are they still chasing her after her even after getting what they wanted? And why are they still using the human sacrificial array? Indeed, perhaps they need the magical power from her soul and hence they needed to use the array. Perhaps there is something special about Xiaojiang. With that said, was Xiaojiang's disappearance on Tiger Hill really a coincidence? Somebody's has a master plan going on here. Someone's pulling strings. Yi Guang, what have you been doing the last 5 years? The more we dig into this matter, the more confusing it gets. It looks like we have to wait until Xiaojiang wakes up to understand this better. So is there anything we can do to save her from the array? With the help of the silver strings, and as long as she can amass enough power within her soul with the help of those silver string, she should be able to use her own magic to break free from the spell. Her own magic? Because I am the faceless wise man. Sure, sure. Did you not know that Xiaojiang is a mage? Her powers are quite strong. After learning that the dagger was a sacred artifact, I didn't think there would be a piece of more shocking news. Yi Guang sighs and presses his index finger on Xiaojiang's forehead. A white light emits from where he is pressing as the silver strings shimmer all around us. It is then that I realize that Xiaojiang doesn't look as withered as before. She now looks like she has simply fallen asleep. Her rosy cheeks stand out against her dark hair and fair complexion. Well, she's getting better, that's good. Although she is still a little childlike, she is quite the beauty. She is beautiful, a powerful mage, and the favorite princess of the King of Qi. If I was really a man, I would be happy to have attained such treasure. Huh. Although I have transferred some of my powers to Xiaojiang, it is only a drop in the ocean compared to what she needs. She needs to use her own power to break out of this. That said, it must have been an outside force that created the disturbance just now. Could have been the Dragon God's followers? Should have been. Yi Guang must have felt something that was wrong, as he wears a stern expression. What's the matter? Something has happened to the protective spells that I placed outside of the village. I don't understand what has happened, but I chase after him as he flies out the door. Oh, we got some drama happening. We run to the bank, back to the bank, we run back to the bank of the river. Oh my god, I can't speak. There are already quite a few villagers here, gathered here. As they point at the opposite bank, the children run around underfoot as they join in on the fun. Following the gaze of the others, I look to the opposite bank. The bad guys. It really is them. Yi Guang, we need to get everyone to safety. Beck can't join, so I'm share playing to watch you. Is her power still out? Is she just sitting in the dark while you're share playing on the phone? Yi Guang, we need to get everyone to safety. Don't worry. They can't enter the village since I placed a protective spell over it. Saying that, he points to a softly glowing string that runs along the bank of the river. Is that a protective spell? Yes. A long time ago, the old man and I were afraid that something evil would come into the village, and so together, we put this place under a protective spell. No, her power is on, it just won't work. Oh, like, is like her internet out? And that she can't get on that. Or whatever. Either way, it's just not working. I hope it comes back on soon for her. After saving you that day, I guessed that the Dragon God's followers would come back, so I used another protective spell that is especially strong against their form of magic. But they have a lot of people. Are you sure about this? Don't worry. The protection spell has been strengthened and nurtured by the power of nature these many years. But even without the spell, there is still no cause for concern. Geniuses are all so proud. Nothing. The leader of the followers takes a step forward and points at me. Is he picking me out for a demonstration? He's holding something in his hands. Oh my god, it's a gun. Get down. I walk closer to the riverbank with caution. He lifts a pale green jade amulet that is made even more eye-catching by the followers' black attire in the background. That is... Chen's amulet! Swords. Go forth. He takes his fingies out. With an exaggerated wave of his hand, swords of water magically rise up from the river and fly toward the enemy. The leader of the group gives a sinister sneer as a sudden puff of smoke seems to swallow them where they stand. The spectators give a gasp of surprise. The water swords turn back into water after passing through the smoke. Once that smoke dissipated, there was no trace of the men in black. So they kidnapped Chen now. We have to go find him. We have to save our boy. Yi Guang, give me back my sword. Chen and I were on the boat when we were attacked and got separated. He must have been captured by those villains. But it may also be a trap. If their goal is to catch you, then wouldn't it be more effective to use the actual captive instead? I know, but you cannot expect him to do nothing, can you? Chen is also my friend. Do you think I'd do nothing if he was really in danger? I would have been able to tell if he had been captured by the Dragon's followers with just one look. I didn't mean it that way. I understand, but your body is still weak and you need time to recover. You should wait for me here. It won't let me type the second he demoted me. My power went out. That's what I was saying when he said that your power went out. I was like, oh my god. You took it from her. You took away her special council power and her electric power. He took it right from me, Becca. I'm so sorry. Yi Guang looks at me sternly. I feel guilty, like a difficult patient who has not followed her doctor's orders. Fine, you have a point. I will stay here in the village. Don't worry, I will not attack the enemy head-on. Fellow villagers, please stop tending to the fields and stay in the village. Those men who were here are very dangerous. Please rest and wait for my return. So cheery. Huh? You mean that was not a performance? The rest of the villagers are none the wiser as they laugh and chat about what happened just now. I am the only one who is worried. Yi Guang waves at us. He taps his foot lightly on the water and sails gracefully across the river to the other side. Oh my god. He walk on water. He Jesus. I love you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus. Y'all know that Trisha Paytas song? I wish she's her one, like, religious song. Inside the hut, I anxiously walk in circles until my head starts to hurt and I begin to feel dizzy. I literally went from having a light and connection to sitting in the dark crying. So sad. But you're able to speak again. You've got your power back. The waning moonlight is faint, and the flickering candlelight irritates me. I've been listening to the silence of the courtyard since sundown. Mrs. Song left after washing the utensils. There are no masters or servants in this village, so she only comes to help when she is free. Oh my gosh, you have to dress yourself now. What will you do? It's getting late now, and yet there was no sign of Yi Guang. Something is not quite right. That sound. Could it be Xiao Jiang? I quickly take out the key only to find that there is no lock on the door, and an almost red glow can be seen coming through the large crack in it. Looking through the crack, I see the dagger swaying right above Xiao Jiang's chest. The tip of its blade seems to be lowering bit by bit. Were they trying to lure Yi Guang just now by the riverbank? No, there is no time to waste. I cannot let that blade hurt Xiao Jiang. Oh? Is it appeared? The snake! A peal of eerie laughter resounds throughout the hut. The gems on the carved animal hilt of the dagger look alive and like real eyes. They seem to roll as they look right at me. How happy can you be with that wretched life of yours? You might as well just die. It's you again! You can't even save yourself. How can you save others? Get lost. Because of your betrayal, your nation will crumble, and families will be torn apart. What? What? The red light coming from the room is getting more and more intense. The gems that are like eyes melt under the red light and drip down to dagger like blood. The blood-like liquid drips onto Xiao Jiang's body and turns into flames. The beautiful mage, the sacred dagger, the hut. Everything is going up in flames! The chilly night wind makes me shiver as I stare at the hut in front of me. Its doors are locked. Nothing seems out of place. Oh? Were we sleepwalking? I slap myself. I seem to be awake. That's just a dream? Just now? Worried, I take the keys hanging out at my hip and go into the hut to see Xiao Jiang. Is she okay? What? The dagger that is pointing at her chest suddenly bursts into flames. Xiao Jiang and the dagger start to shake. Oh my god. Xiao Jiang struggles while dangling in midair, then falls to the floor with a loud thud. Her body is now tangled up in the strings like a wooden puppet, and it twists her in the most unnatural ways. The strings cut into her soft white flesh, making her bleed. She whimpers as she struggles. No way. If this continues, Xiao Jiang will die. Xiao Jiang, I'm coming. Don't move. Trying to endure the pain from the sacred seal, I start to pull on the intertwining silver strings with my bare hands. Every one of them cuts deep into my palms, like a knife, until my hands are in shreds. I need to cut the strings. I watch the dagger hanging in front of me as it starts to quiver and emit a cold light. If you are really a sacred artifact that is meant to protect her, then let me use you to save her. I must save her before I collapse from the pain. Yeah! Where the fuck are we now? What's going on over here? Oh my god, he's grabbing his titty. What is going on? Where am I? Is this the gates of hell? Chapter 5. The earth belongs to the living, and everything deep beneath it belongs to the dead. Souls cross the river Styx. They belong to the underworld. The vow that the ancestors of the King of Ning made with the dragon god was indeed to give their bodies and souls to him, but it said nothing on the deep pain of being swallowed, nor that they would dissolve into nothingness. I never thought that I'd have the chance to go to the underworld when I die. Too bad they don't welcome new residents, as their city gates are tightly closed. So great is the number of decaying corpses and the skeletons that they are like the waves of a turbulent river as they crash non-stop against the city gates. Their cries and wails rise up incessantly. There seems to be fire and black smoke outside of its gates, but I cannot smell anything. Why does the underworld resemble a battlefield? What's up there? A thunderous A thunderous roar pierces the red sky as a fierce and gigantic monster with the face of a man and the body of a goat comes charging at the city gates. His whole body emits an evil aura. He causes bits of brick and dust to fly everywhere, but the city gates do not budge. The impact does not even cause a crack as the endless city wall stands there motionless. If the monster roars at the sky, two balls of flame appear from the top of the wall and push back to the creature. It appears that the two balls of flame are actually two big golden red birds. One of the birds has a rider on it. Tao Tai, don't even think of entering the city. The monster lifts its weird and terrible man-like face as its monstrous roar— oh my god, the phone. Roar turns into a ghastly human voice. We'll wait till this phone stops ringing again. Okay. Hello? Pick up the phone! When your body dies, and your magic power disappears, the spirit of your dagger will belong to my sovereign god. Could this be? Ugh. A malicious gust of wind comes at me from behind, but I manage to dodge it. Somehow I feel like something sliced the back of my hand like a rusty sword's edge. The perpetrator of the sneak attack is a corpse dressed in tattered armor. His skin is deathly pale and decaying while his movements are sluggish and unnatural. Why is someone trying to kill me when I'm already dead and at the gates of the underworld? I try to find a weapon, but all I can see is a scorched and barren land with nothing on it but smoke, sand, and huge piles of corpses that are as tall as mountains. Is this really the legendary underworld? I dodge to the side of the undead man, who looks like he's about to collapse, jumps up, and comes at me with his sword. Chen? Thank you. Chen Feng? I look at the person who cuts the undead man in half. Although he isn't far away, a cloud of sand that blows in the wind obscures his face. But that figure is clearly... Soul, return! The voice is loud and clear, and as soon as it speaks, a large, pale green fish leaps up from the ground at my feet. It rolls me up in its long tail and swims high into the sky. Wait, Chen Feng, we can't leave Chen behind! Go back! Take me back! The scene from the underworld disappears, but... Ah! Are you? Pain. Terrible pain. The sacred seal on my chest hurts like it's tearing at my flesh. The pain this time is very unusual. A strong smell and taste of blood is spreading through my mouth like something that is growing and is about to burst forth. The feeling of a clear stream seems to flow from my forehead and gushes into my body. It gradually stops the pain. Oh my god, he peed on us. No. Could you imagine? I open my eyes to see Yi Guang stretching his arm out with two fingers pressed against my forehead. A pale green glow can be seen where his fingers are touching me. Thank you. I'm fine now. How long have you had this condition? After I inherited the sacred seal, this would happen occasionally, but it had started becoming more frequent a year ago. Suddenly I feel like something is not right, and tear open my clothes. Oh my god, we're naked. I'm too shocked to say anything. The 5-petal marking of the seal was originally bright red, but now one of the petals has turned black, like a rotting lump of clotted blood. Oh yeah, it's right there. We're gonna die soon. I had seen with my own eyes Father's sacred seal just before he died. It looked like a charred black flower that was about to wither on his chest. How much time do I have left? I don't know. Don't know? You were part of the Shi clan that held the position of head priest in Ning for generations. I pull on Yi Guang's sleeve. The taste of blood is getting stronger. The causes of death for the former kings had all varied, therefore the sacred seal's methods are not fixed. I cannot die. We cannot die yet. If the dragon god obtains our souls, he can break out of the ding. Yi Guang pulls me into a strong embrace. I realize that my hands are trembling terribly. Then a drop or two starts trickling down my cheeks, and soon, before I know what is happening, my face is covered in tears. Hayu, I will not let you die. If you ask me what regrets I have, I regret not staying by your side over the past 5 years. What nonsense. At that time I did not have the power to protect him. But... Yi Guang, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I know. I will definitely find a way for you to live on. I will save Xiaojiang, at the same time, find a way to break the sacred seal. Ayu, please believe me. Shh, go to sleep now. I'll be right here. Good night. Ooh, a gentle tune plays softly in my ears. Sakura petals. Ever since he was young, Yiguang had always been able to sing. He can even make serious and monotonous chants sound like sweet songs of nature. Although I don't know what song he is singing now, it sounds so melodious and contemplative, as if he were longing for someone. I think back to the days when we were at the Ning Palace by the river, with the beautiful and gentle head priest and priestess, and my 3 older brothers. We should let bygones be bygones, as Yingguang once said. However, this song reminds me of those beautiful times when I could sleep in peace. Yiguang, too, has never forgotten those times. I wake up just as dawn is breaking. I find Yiguang leaning against the headboard of my bed in a sitting position, with eyes closed as if in a trance. It looks like he has kept his word and kept me company the whole night. Ooh, what a gentleman. There are thousands of things going through my mind right now. Like, what are the countermeasures that we need to take going forward, and what of my approaching death? In the end, I just lie awake in bed, trying to trace the lines of this beautiful person's face that seemed to glow under the morning sunlight. How I wish time would just stop right now. Are you awake? Yiguang opens his eyes and looks alert. Did you not get any sleep last night? I did sleep a little. Come, Mrs. Zong has made some freshly roasted meat. We should eat it while it's hot. Although I have no appetite, I don't want to waste Mrs. Zong's efforts, so I force down that bowl of porridge, spoon by spoon. The porridge is fragrant and delicious. It has been boiled to a smooth consistency together with salted meat and fresh vegetables, and it leaves a warm feeling in my tummy as I drink it down. It makes me feel so alive. Is it good? I nod my head. The despair that I feel is being washed away. Sir, have a fried shrimp. I caught it on my own. Ah, Neo, get back here. I couldn't stop him. He was making a fuss about wanting to talk to you gentlemen. Hmm? Why is the new brother hurt again? The village child eyes my wounded hands with curiosity. Suddenly I hear a clatter from outside the door as 5 or 6 heads pop into view. Some are old and some are young, but they all startle me as they start to titter. Titty. Aunties and grandmas, please come in and take a seat. The children rush in with glee as they take a seat on my bed. Why did he call them aunties and grandmas? And the ladies shuffle in behind them as they smile bashfully at me. Oh, there they are. Everybody just wants to know if there is anything they can help you with. Hey, lad, if you need anything, just let me know. Thank you, missus. The porridge that you made was really delicious. Mrs. Zong's cooking skills are getting better and better. With you here to help, the clinic may be closed more often. Oh my, you have such a way with words. From grannies to children. Is there anyone you cannot draw a laugh from? The old grandpas. You dumb child, shut up. Lad, Mr. Shishi is a good doctor and a good man. You can leave it to him to cure your little sister. You just need to look after yourself. Yes, I will do as you say, missus. That's great. This afternoon I will grill some fish for you. Everyone, let's not interrupt this young man's rest. Let's go. The villagers express their well wishes before filing out of the hut. Now there's just Yiguang and I. The lively atmosphere seems to linger as Yiguang leans lazily against the bed. He is clearly enjoying the moment. Everyone in the village really knows how to liven up the place, eh? That's all good. To think that when I first arrived here with the old man, we really had to rely on their kindness. During that time, there was nothing I could do to return the favor except to use what little knowledge I was taught to look in on their sick. I had never once thought that they would take me for a renowned doctor, but it all worked out. I think everyone likes you for who you are, and not just for your good doctoring skills. You have a point. After all, there's no use for magic in this place. I use it mainly to entertain, and it seems to be well received. As I gaze at Yiguang's kind and pleasant smile, I finally come to the clear revelation that he and I have long drifted apart. Our childhood years had been left at the bright and beautiful Ning Palace by the river. Okay, I got a notification on my phone. I was wondering what that was. By the river, as time, like that river, flows continuously forward. Yiguang has a happy life here. And that's enough. Are you? We will wait for Xiaojiang to get better, and then we will watch you perform. It will be my pleasure. For now, let's talk about something more serious. Last night, in my unconscious mind, I went to a place that was dangerous and strange, like the underworld. There, I heard your voice as a big fish pulled me out. That was not a dream, was it? Niguang nods with a serious expression on his face. That big fish was the spirit of the jade fish amulet. I felt a warning from the amulet and rushed back to see your hands covered in blood as you held Xiaojiang. Your soul had already been pulled into the human sacrificial array. I immediately used the spirit of the amulet to bring you out of it. But why was Chen in there? The human sacrificial array. Do they do the same thing to Chen now, too? I think back to the corpses on that barren land, outside of the city gates, and that familiar figure. I suddenly feel the color drain from my face. Did you find Chen Feng yesterday? I saw him in the human sacrificial array. Yi Guang is also shocked at the news. No, the followers of the dragon god likely did not catch him. Wait, wait, wait. Okay. I was like, excuse me, I did not finish reading that. No, the followers of the dragon god likely did not catch him. I am unsure about his situation. Are you? Please describe to me in detail what happened last night. Feeling anxious, I take a deep breath. Breath and start telling Yi Guang, okay, something's messed up here, about everything that happened last night, leaving nothing out, starting from the time I had to cut the silver strings to save Xiao Jiang until the point when I managed to escape from the human sacrificial array. All the while, Yi Guang paces silently in front of the bed as he listens attentively. Okay, it's fixed. And that is what happened. The voice of the person riding on the back of the bird sounds like a girl. Could it have been Xiao Jiang? She seemed to be preventing the Tao Tai from breaking down the city gates and entering. I also believe it was her. I once took a good look at Xiao Jiang's sacred dagger, and on it, as a decoration, I saw a carving of the southern phoenix suppressing the fierce Tao Tai. These two large birds would be the phoenix. They are spirits of the sacred dagger. Oh, so is she kind of not letting herself get released from the underworld because she's trying to stop the Tao Tai from like breaking down the city? And that's why she hasn't woken up yet? According to legends, the Tao Tai is their sworn enemy. Perhaps the dragon god's followers borrowed the form of the Tao Tai to oppose and weaken the magical power of the sacred dagger. When I recall the dagger's glinting eyes and the malicious aura, I can only nod in my head in agreement. And what was the big city that the Phoenix and Xiao Jiang were protecting? It's hard to say. Everything that appears in the magical array are just projections and not their real form. These projections could have come from Xiao Jiang, or the caster, or even the spirit of the sacred dagger. So seeing Chen Feng there could have just been a projection conjured from my mind? That is a possibility. Your concern for him may have conjured up his image. Your thoughts change faster than the wind. It is a miracle that your soul is able to enter the magical array and for you to see visions of it. But I didn't do anything. I look at my hands that are covered in bandages and suddenly come up with an answer. Could it be my blood? When I went to grab the dagger, my hands were bloodied and raw, and it is possible that my blood had mixed with Xiao Jiang's. Maybe. The sacred seal on your body comes from the dragon god. The magical array also uses the power of the dragon god. So it is safe to assume that the blood of the one who holds the sacred seal has similar powers to that of the magical array. Which is why my blood allows me to enter and exit the magical array. Yi Guang frowns in disapproval as he grows aware of what I am thinking of doing. Don't you dare think of going in to save her. It is not worth the risk. But if she's busy fighting the Tao Tai, we need to help her out. Why? You were able to go into the magical array because you used the power of the dragon god, but it could very well have been part of their plot. You should not risk deepening your connection with the dragon god by doing so again. But this is urgent. The dragon god's followers keep invoking the magical array to attack. Xiao Jiang's and even Chen Feng's life may be in danger. What about you? Ayu? What about your life? I am well aware of the price of being the king of Ning. Ayu? Yi Guang suddenly raises his voice. It seems like he's getting really angry this time. Did my chat just refresh? Are we good? Okay, I guess so. It just said welcome to the chat room again, and I was like, but I've been here all along. Okay, back to this. How can I not see how concerned he is for me? But I need to press on. Neither of us are willing to be the first to relent. Yi Guang looks at me as the expression in his clear eyes gradually becomes sorrowful. Ayu, look me in the eyes and tell me that you do not care about your own life. I said that I will save you. Do you not trust me anymore? I believe him. Of course I believe him. Just as Teng Yu believed in all of her future possibilities, in the end, they did not come to pass. I don't want to be as helpless as I was 5 years ago. I want to live, to truly live, even if it means I need to gamble with my life. Yi Guang, I believe in you, but I am no longer the Teng Yu who was unable to save you. Yi Guang gives a long sigh. I understand, but I want you to promise me that you will only do this when it is absolutely necessary. Do you remember what Mr. Sun Wu taught us? You will never lose a battle if you know yourself and your enemy. First, let me learn more about the situation with the Dragon God's followers. I already know how they invoke the human sacrificial ray. Perhaps I can find a way to break their spell soon. But there is no more need for you to entangle yourself with the Dragon God. I'll always be your friend, Ayu, even if you wish to give with your life, but you need to be clever about it. Don't reject what help you can get. After everything is said and done, I am still the one troubling you. Yi Guang flicks my forehead. Ow, I hurt. Yi Guang. He's mad. I don't like what you just said now. Change it. Thank you? He laughs as he lowers his hand. No thanks are needed because you will need to help me look after Zulo village while I'm gone. You are so sly. Fine, it's a deal, but you need to return my sword to me. Why would I need to hide your sword? Perhaps you dropped it in the swamp. I do have a small sickle that I use to cut the grass. Can you make do with it? Yi Guang laughs out loud. He has always been so carefree. But I have to admit, his carefree personality is very infectious, and I find myself laughing with him. For just one brief moment, I feel like we have gone back in time, but I know the truth. My early years at the Ning Palace by the river are no more. Morning comes and Yi Guang departs yet again, and I await his return. I remain in the hut as I wait for any news from him, and the anxiety in my heart, like the waves on a stormy sea, grows higher the longer I wait. Thankfully, Mrs. Zong, who comes to check up on me, is a chatterbox who would talk about anything and everything under the sun. She is a welcome distraction. But it is only halfway through dinner that this peaceful time draws an abrupt halt. I stop with my chopsticks in midair as I stand up from the table. Lad? Did you hear that? I just heard a noise out. I just heard a horse neigh. Horse? This village only has donkeys. Who could be coming to this village at such a late hour? I strain my ears and hear a group of horsemen. Something is not right. Grabbing the sickle by the door, I rush outside. Who goes there? Friend or foe? I reach the village entrance by the river. There are already quite a few villagers that have gathered around them with curiosity. It shocks them to see me come running with a sickle as they make way for me. Then one man gets off his horse, and with long strides, walks towards me. Gojian! How are you? I'm back. Hajiu, why have you been gone for so many days? Hayu, quick, come and help me. Why are you also here? I bumped into it on my way back. A few people were wounded, so I was going to bring Chen Feng to my house. Chen Feng? Yi Guang and Gojian help a person dismount. It is Chen Feng. I look at him in shock. Chen Feng's eyes are tightly closed. He has lost all consciousness. Oh no, our boy! The wounded people in civilian clothes are the men from the royal guards that were on the ship when we got separated. How did he end up like this? When I left that night, Oh wait. Sorry, I'm not using his voice. When I left that night, I bumped into them on my way back to the village. Chen Feng was already in this state, and the others were injured. They told me that was because of the Dragon God's followers kept pursuing and attacking them. Your brother, we could not wait for you at the border town, so we made our way to the village to find you. We were unexpectedly ambushed from behind, and they told us that you were already dead. What nonsense! How could you believe their lies? Chen Feng was the only one who did not believe them, but they showed us your sword. They must have used some sort of black magic, and Chen Feng, The soldier then hands a long sword over to me. It is indeed my sword. To think that something I had dropped in the swamp could be used like this. The followers are truly insidiously cunning. We took so many days getting here because we were a large group trying to find a hide from our pursuers, and now we have brought trouble to this village. You were right to come here. This village has a protective spell over it, and the followers cannot enter. But Chen Feng has suffered a wound to the gut, and... Quick, bring him to my place for treatment. Yi Guang saw him look so serious. I quickly fluffed after Yi Guang and the others with my heart stuck in my throat. There is a faint smell of blood in the air. I stare at Chen Feng's pale face as Yi Guang examines him. Gojian keeps looking worriedly at me. My face might be as pale as Chen Feng's, but I don't have the luxury to worry about those things. How is Chen Feng? His wound is not fatal, and I've already patched him up. But his soul, I'm afraid that the person you saw in the magical array really was him. It's those damn followers again. Yi Guang nods. Damn it! What do those bastards want? They want the sacred dagger and the princess. I simply turn around and glare at Gojian. How do you know? When we were rescuing Chen Feng, the leader told us to tell you that when Fu Chai gives us back the sacred dagger in Xiaojiang, we will let him go. I did not understand what he meant at the time, and thought he was only trying to bluff us. Ignoring the pain from the wounds on my hand, I clenched my fist and slammed it down on the table. My seething anger threatens to consume me like the fires of hell. Ayu, what is the human sacrificial array all about? What are the followers' real goal? How would I know what evil schemes they're devising in their minds? But the sacred dagger that Xiaojiang has is an incredibly strong artifact, and the followers are probably aiming for its power. I briefly tell him about what happened these past few days, but leave out the part about the sacred seal and things related to it. When I'm done, Gojian frowns with a troubled look. After killing the princess, they can break the peace between Ning and Qi. And if they get their hands on the sacred dagger, they can increase their own magical powers. What a great way to kill two birds with one stone. Adieu. The Dragon God's followers have nothing to do with you, so you don't have to embroil yourself in this affair. Even after everything, how can I just stand by and do nothing? Much less after these past few days of battling our pursuers. The Dragon God's followers have probably marked me as their enemy now. The Dragon God followers. I hate them to the point of grinding my teeth. Ayu. Gojian and I look behind us to see Yi Guang pressing two fingers to Chen Feng's forehead with a very serious look on his face. The reason why he had been remaining silent just now is because he was using his magic to search for Chen Feng's soul. Don't tell me. Chen Feng is... His soul is still there. Oh. Typo. But has become weak. Chen Feng doesn't have any magical powers, nor a sacred artifact to protect him. If we leave him there in the magical ray, I'm afraid that his soul will disappear. His soul will disappear. Suddenly my legs give out from under me. Luckily Gojian catches me in time. Ayu, get a hold of yourself. From what I can tell, right now, we have the advantage. The advantage? Where's the advantage? Those bastards are using Chen Feng's life to threaten me. Why would they need to go the extra mile to put Chen Feng's soul in the magical array? Shouldn't this be a turning point for us? Does the King of Yui mean to say Chen Feng is bait? That's right. According to what I know, the Dragon God's followers are sure that they are going to win. It will be only a matter of time before the princess exhausts her magical powers. Maybe we'll get what they want. What they did not expect is that Mr. Shishi's help would turn the tide, and that is making them anxious. You must never take the bait, or you'll only be paying into their hands. Are you telling me to sacrifice Chen Feng's life? I'm just advising you not to make any move. With Mr. Shishi's help, the princess should wake up any time now. It will not be too late to save him after we have foiled their schemes. But Chen Feng might not even last another hour. I tear away my arm from that Gojian is holding. Gojian must not have expected me to object so strongly as his face falls. Your Majesty, you are the King of Ning. Don't you know what is more important? That's enough. Yi Guang stands between Gojian and I as he reaches out and places his hand on my shoulder to give it a comforting squeeze. King of Yui has a point, albeit one that is too cruel. Chen Feng is our childhood friend. We cannot just leave him there to die. It is not a bad thing to try to save everyone, but you're not familiar with these cunning and ruthless tactics. Do you really think that the followers will keep their word once we hand over the princess and the sacred dagger? Of course not. Xiaojiang is my patient, and I will not hand her over to these villains. We can't do this, and we can't do that. You are too indecisive. I'm afraid that you might have to take a stand today. I'm not going to choose. Yi Guang, if you have found a spell that will break their magical ray, please tell us. Today I found the caster of the magical ray. If we kill him, we can muscle our way into breaking it. But I'm afraid that we will injure the souls of Xiaojiang and Chen Feng in the process. Continue. Either we pull the souls out before the magical ray disappears completely, or else the souls will disappear along with it. A soul that disappears can never be brought back. I understand. I'll go into the magical ray and save them. You, although I don't know anything about magical spells, I can see how dangerous this plan will be. Do you really want to die? Of course not, but I'm determined to do this. Do you agree to help her to do such a dangerous thing, sir? Yi Guang, it is impossible for you to deal with the caster while at the same time rescuing Chen Feng and Xiaojiang. This is our only option now, and is absolutely necessary. Ha! This is funny. And here I am giving my sincere advice, and it has now been made me the heartless villain. Hajiu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, but I'm no longer willing to let anyone, especially those damn followers, control my own destiny. I am not only the King of Ning, but also Ayu, and I will save both Xiaojiang and Chen Feng. Gojian and Yi Guang are both wide-eyed in amazement. Shortly after, Yi Guang starts to laugh. This is more like the IU that I know. Oh wait, I used the wrong voice. Since that is the case, then we have no more time to waste. The gentleman will go and kill the caster, while the soldiers and I will protect the village. Anyone who is not hurt badly can still fight. Thank you, King of Yu. That is very thoughtful of you. No need for thanks. Zulao village is also part of the kingdom of Yui. It is only natural that a king would protect his own territory. If it was not for saving Xiaojiang and Chen Feng, Zulu village would not be suffering like this. In times like these, there are no safe places. This is war. You have a point. Let's win this war. I take a deep breath of refreshing mountain air. The cold air helps to calm the beating of my heart. The long and arduous night looms closer. This humble servant, Shishi, has been sent by the King of Ning to deliver a message. Have you brought the girl and the dagger? I have brought your death and the sword that will kill you. Even if you kill me, we still have the two souls in our hands, and you will not be able to rescue either one. Man, these people are good at comebacks. Did you bring me the goods? I brought this sword that's gonna go up your ass, that's for sure. Whether or not they can be saved is for me to decide. Attack. A loud sound of falling water, like a waterfall, suddenly disrupts the silence of the night. The battle has started. It's my turn now. I kneel between Chen Feng and Xiao Jiang. It wasn't long ago that we moved Chen Feng into Xiao Jiang's hut and wound the silver string that is around Xiao Jiang's wrist to the wrist of Chen Feng and mine. Oh my gosh. As well. At the other end of the string is the sacred phoenix dagger that hangs in the middle of the room. Remember what Mr. Shishi said. Don't stay too long in the human sacrificial array. I won't. Call out for him immediately when you find them, and let the spirit of the amulet pull you all out. I will. I'm going out to prepare for the royal guards. Adieu. Thank you for everything that you've done for me. Gojian turns his head as he exits through the door. I cannot see his face clearly as a shadow from the flickering candlelight obscures it. Ayu, live. You cannot die here. I will. I still need to send you back to Yui. Smile at him. Goodbye. With a bite of my fingertip, I draw blood and smear it over the silver string that around my wrist and amulet. The precious stone in the phoenix dagger that hangs in the middle of the room glows red. A cold feeling creeps up my arm and onto my chest as the sacred seal that's there starts to hurt. And here we are. Success! My soul is now back in the human sacrificial array. Alright. So, I hate to end it on a cliffhanger, but I think that's all we have time for today. Let's save. Yeah, how are you guys liking the game so far? I'm starting to really like it. I'm sad that we only have 4. Okay, I gotta switch. So due to the game's, rules. I don't know if it's rules, but the requests from the developers of the game are that you only play. How dare you leave me? I'm not leaving yet. Hold on. Pause this. So basically, the developers put up a warning in the beginning, or like a request to only play from the prologue up to chapter 10. So next time that we play this game, we'll only have like about 4 chapters left to play. So we'll be able to finish that route in that session. And I would like to play the rest of the game on here, but I wanted to respect their wishes and not like spoil the whole thing. So I will be playing it offline by myself, and I'll let you guys know on Twitter how it's going. But yeah, it was pretty fun. I really liked it so far. I'm glad we got to play it together. I'm glad I got to play this with you guys. I'm so happy I got to spend Valentine's Day with you. It was so much fun. Oh, before I go, I said I was going to show this. I showed this at the beginning of the stream, but let me show it to everybody who's still here. It's the illustration I made for Valentine's Day that we started on Sunday. Oh my gosh, I can't click on it. I have so many assets on this. But yeah, here it is. It's also on Twitter too, if you guys want to take a look at it there. But I said I would show it here, and here it is. I worked very hard on it, and I like it a lot. I wish I had more time. Thank you, Becca. If I had more time, I was going to actually I made a base for my PNG that I use, and I was going to actually draw this outfit on there and use it today, but I have poor time management skills, and I was kind of rushing at the last minute to get this done before stream. But yeah, maybe next year, or maybe in the future, I'll make an asset with this outfit on. Ooh, excuse me, I burped. I'm drinking too much water. But yeah, and with that, that is the end of Valentine's week. I was just forced to draw because I lost at 8-ball. Well, that's your own fault, Shaggy. But yeah, that is the end to Valentine's week and our dating sim extravaganza. I had a lot of fun. I think this was a fun week. I think we had some good bangers. We had Hot Little Boyfriend, we had Hooked on You. I don't know about Hooked on You was a banger. Then we had Monster Road Trip, and then we had Lover Watch, and now my Vow to My Liege. And I've said this multiple times during the streams, but we will revisit these games as much as we can in the future, just not all at once this time. I don't know if you guys know this, but narrating is very hard on the throat, so I'm excited to get to some games where I won't have to narrate as much and I can just like talk to you guys as normally. So yeah. So the next stream tomorrow is our 1-month anniversary. I don't know. I mean, you guys could show up if you want to. It's okay, Becca. My fit will be fine. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow's my 1 month, so it would be nice if you guys maybe came to that and hung out with me while we played some Genshin Impact. That'd be great. But yeah, only if you guys have the time for it and want to. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to be going back to some of our regular lineup with gameplay lineup. And we'll be playing some Genshin Impact. I've been very excited to play this with you guys because there's so much stuff I want to do, but I want to do it with you. So yeah, we'll get into that tomorrow, and then we have 2 more streams for the week. Stop commenting on my voice. It's not magnificent. I will scream. It's not beautiful. It's not magnificent. But thank you, though. Oh, gosh. Well, if you come tomorrow, you'll be able to hear it. But yeah, we have that tomorrow, and then on Thursday we have that One Fest reaction. No, I'm not going to accept it, sorry. I will never. But yeah, Thursday we have One Fest reaction. That'll be a little different. And then on Friday, we will have Overwatch, and then I'll finally get a break. And then next week will be a little less tactful. I will do as I want, you magnificent angel bear. We will keep commenting. I guess I can't stop you. Oh wait, I can. I'm ending stream. This is how I'll stop you. I will end the stream. But yeah, this was really fun. I'm glad I got to spend Valentine's with you guys. Yes, Becca, I do have to go though. It is getting late and I need to eat dinner. But yeah, don't worry. I will see you tomorrow, maybe. But I'll see you soon. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go. I hope to see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. I will rest my voice. You be safe and have fun too, guys.